Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, January the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Excellent. Okay, so that means I get one yes. Okay, I guess the two yeses means you can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, take a look at Riven, guys. Man, this was, I know Zach was all over the short a few weeks ago. Man, oh man, look at it now, $78. So after hours, they talked about production problems, but I guess even more importantly, their COO, not the CEO, but the COO, I think kind of abruptly resigned. So putting a lot of pressure on RIVN. TSRI. TSRI is an earnings play. Actually, I thought it was low volume. It's another one that's low volume. So TSRI, big earnings play. Look at this gap up. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction. There's the mauve area. A ton of volume, guys. I mean, we've got 1 million in the float. I mean, that's super, super low, of course. You might go to 10 different sites. You might find 10 different numbers, but whatever the number is, it's going to be very low. So it's already traded, I mean, the float many times over. So that is TSRI. BDTX. Let's see if it's holding. BDTX. You got as high as what, almost $6 in the pre-market. FDA gave them an IND, so that was the pop for BDTX. Hootie, yes, I'm just sorry, guys. I'm just going through my list here. Hootie, I don't think I see any specific news on it. This one, unfortunately, is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but big gap down, huge gap down, actually. Not a ton of volume, but again, one of these very, very low floats. But this is not going to be, probably not going to be able for me to short. I don't see, I'm just looking, I don't see, I can't remember if I could have shorted this one months ago, but anyway, no shorts available right now. FTI is doing a voluntary delisting from Euronext Paris, and that is FTI. They're doing a voluntary delisting, and that's caused some downward pressure on the stock. MOLN, this is one from yesterday. I was surprised it didn't have the bigger move yesterday, but maybe a delayed reaction, because that move, that information yesterday with Novartis, etc. But it just kind of hung around, didn't really do too much once the market opened, but nice gap now. Relatively low float, again, not that much volume. No, I have no minimum float requirement, no. Shake Shack, haven't seen Shake Shack for a while. Shake Shack is popping up on higher guidance. It's low volume though, pretty low volume still, but that's a big pop up for Shake Shack. So their official release is on the 24th, but they're kind of giving us preliminary information right now, and all signs pointing to increased revenue, etc. And that's for Shake Shack, SHAK. CLLS. Oops, too many L's. And okay, now I see some news on it. Okay, so Trading higher after the company's licensed partner Allogene Therapeutics announced the FDA has lifted the hold on its clinical trials. Okay, so its partner. Okay, so that's the reason for CLLS's a little bit of a run here. MFGP. Don't see any specific news for it. Just kind of checking my headlines. I don't see any specific news for MFGP. Notably, though, it is through the 200-day, or it's right at the 200-day moving average. You're to say, well, it's 597 is the 200-day, so it's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. PACB, PACB. So they're gapping down. Again, they don't release until the 10th, but they're, I guess, lower preliminary financials. That's what they're releasing. So it is lower on preliminary financials. So there's several reasons. Okay, this is what I was trying to say. So if you right click on, I'm just going to answer she's answering, or the person. So if you right click on your, if you right click on your top list and click on summary, first of all, if you have the relative volume filter active on any either an alert window or a top list window, you'll get no data, number one. Okay, number one. So if your relative volume filter is active. Number two, if you click on sort and it happens to be sorting on the relative volume, you'll get no data. Okay, and the only other thing I can think of is, again, right click on time frame and make sure you've got live always. Okay, if you've got only live during market hours, it won't start until then. So those are three things you can check. Now, as you can see, my scanners work perfectly well in the pre-market. So that's all I can, it's got to be, it's either the relative volume filter is on sort, or you're actually using it here, or you don't have the time frame, you don't have live always. That's all I can think of. It's a relative volume, yeah. That's what I thought. SPAV. Yeah, so somebody was talking about that a little earlier too. So they've gapped up. They've been given the go-ahead to add their product to Walmart's in Florida. Yeah, you have to remove, you can have it as a column still, okay, so, but because you might want to, have it as a column once the market opens, but you cannot have it as a filter with filter values. It'll block anything in the pre-market. ACCD. ACCD is up because, okay, so Morgan Stanley, all right, so they're cutting, they have a price target of 31, they're cutting it to 30, still $21 stock. It's also an earnings play. Now, there's not very much volume yet, okay, but I'm sure it'll pick up. They released earnings after hours yesterday, big gap up. Big gap up. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got this morning from the analysts. Yeah, they've been super active this week. Not quite as many. Not quite as many downgrades right now. So let me get some of the upgrades in. I see a couple of upgrades for LAC, LAC from Piper Sandler and Deutsche Bank. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I will get the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. Again, all I'm really looking for are any multiple. I see American Alcoa AA being downgraded ahead of earnings next week. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, as always, I'm really interested in, well, actually both in the breakout and the breakdowns, but you know, my bias is always to these breakdowns, especially if they're making new lifetime lows. We just have to wait to see if we get any this morning. Yesterday we had a few, not necessarily lifetime lows, but we had some really nice ones from the 10-day daily breakdown. And we had some nice ones from the 10-day daily breakout. I just don't see, though, you know, my pre-market work used to be really revolving around some of these small bios, okay? And they'd open and they'd continue. I'm just not seeing that at all, or not just necessarily a bio, but very few of them have any power once the market opens. I think one of the issues with MOLNA yesterday also, I think it was kind of spready most of the day. The volume just wasn't huge. I mean, it got to be not bad. You know, at the end of the day, it was 729,000, but you know, it really took a while for it to get there. Like you can see right there, you can see a big little. We had the volume spike at the beginning of the day, and then it just look at this, and it just tailed off. Just tailed off. Look at that 15-minute chart. Just completely tailed off until the end of the day. I mean, I do see this FIO, PHIO. I do see that it is above the whole number. They probably have some news. Yeah, it gets the French regulatory nod to start a clinical trial. I just don't have any faith in these things once the market opens to start to move. Now, this is a low float, 13 million in the float. So it certainly is traded. It'll easily trade the float today. So, I mean, you can watch it. You know, see what happens. See if it can get through that. You know, right there is 119. Right here is about 130. See, there's little pockets of resistance. The Riven definitely intrigues me. This RIVN, it has basically been between 78 and 78.40 or so, 78.50 in the pre-market. The next low looking left is 75.13, so there is room. Actually, I'm wrong. Yesterday's low was 70. Yes, good. So yesterday's low was 77.65, so it's a little bit above yesterday's low. But quite frankly, another, I don't know what the IPO was priced at. I can't remember. I think it was way above the 78. But if you look at this, I mean, this got all the way up to 181. So this has been a disaster since the month that opened. Because it opened at about 100, 105 or so. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening there. 10 minutes before the market opens. So it was priced at 78, so it's basically where it was priced, but it did open, yeah, at 106. All right, here are the major sectors. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so you can see right now what you're seeing, right? If you're new to this, these are the major sectors. So this is XLE as an example, major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up the sector. What that 100% means, 100% of them are up from yesterday's close, as we speak. That's what that 100% refers to. As opposed to technology, it's about only 44%. We'll call that 50-50. About 2/3 financials, 50-50 consumer staples. So there's nothing startling here other than energy. I mean, energy. So energy stocks are definitely, as we speak, and this can all change, but right now, just remember that number, 100%. So that means if you're going to take an energy play today, as long as this trend continues, you've got the trend on your side. All right, so the SPY went from being mildly positive up here and just starting to sink just a little bit. So it's basically flat. We had a bit of an interesting day yesterday. I mean, the Dow was still down, but the basically Nas had a big recovery. I did see this one in the pre-market also. RELI. I know it's been a interesting trader to say the least. They did have some news. Basically, it looks like the completes the acquisition of Medigap. That is the news for RELI. This was probably announced back here. That's what they were planning to do, I guess. And that's what gave it that initial pop way back here on the 21st of December. Look at Tilray, guys. TLRY. Just had earnings yesterday. Before the market opened, it looked pretty, interesting, and then, just gave it up, and giving it up still. I'm here in BFLY, Butterfly Network. Probably struggle to get through that 7. Look, a lot of resistance right around here, right around that 7, around the 730 to 750 mark for BFLY. If there's any specific news, yeah. So they're another of these companies that is. I don't know when their official earnings date is, but they're announcing preliminary revenues. So this is what we're seeing. 17.9 to 18.9 versus a 17 million estimate, etc. So sales 61.5 to 62 versus 60 million. So that is the reason for BFLY's little surge this morning. It's a big float too, 142 million. Meanwhile, Pac B continued. Did somebody say that Kathy is adding to her position in this? Yeah, I see ACI. ACI is an earnings play. I'm looking over here. Whoops. Next week, guys, maybe not next week, but certainly the week after next, these will be full. We'll have tons of earnings plays up and down. But ACI, yes, is an earnings play right now. Pretty choppy. Look at these big topping tails here. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 anyway. Like to see things settle down just a little bit. Shake Shack is holding its own here. Again, another one of these companies that's released preliminary financial results. Some of them. I think JP Morgan. Oh, you're right. Actually, JP Morgan. Oh, so it's JP Morgan, but Goldman Sachs, isn't it next week? Yeah, Goldman Sachs is next week. I think Citigroup is next week. No, I'm wrong. Okay, you're right. There's some on Friday. I don't, they don't interest me that much, but you're right. There are some of the bigger banks releasing on Friday. Morgan Stanley, let's see when they, yeah, so Morgan Stanley's next week. It's always real time. It's always real time. These are real time alerts. It's the alert is a new high today here or a new low today. Always. Any of my alerts that you see are all real time today. Well, this Pac B, guys, I mean, look at underneath on the monthly chart anyway. I mean, there is well, there's a lot of room for this one to keep running down. This is possible that this will show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. You can see obviously it will be a 10-day daily breakdown. Whether or not the relative volume is high enough and other filters are met, that's another story, but certainly it's a 10-day daily breakdown now. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, we are less than a minute to the open. I did miss you yesterday, William. See, by your alerting me, it's just one less thing I have to do in the before the market opens. The last thing is pouring that last little bit of coffee. All right, guys, we are open now. Okay, let's see what today brings. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. So the earnings play TSRI is strong to begin. It's a huge gap up, 58%. And look at the volume. I think when I was looking at this, I mean, the volume wasn't very much. Maybe it was. Okay, Pac B continues to be weak. PACB continues to weaken. Surprised it's not showing up. 65 relative volume, lots and lots of... the volume itself is not high enough yet. I can almost guarantee this Pac B is going to show up here. I think it needs to be 500,000 shares. Yeah, 500,000 shares. Also, it's got to be 40 cents down below the open. Here's Hootie, guys. Hootie just got halted. HUDI just got halted on the way down. Well, there it is. As predicted, Pack B just showed up. It's early though. I don't really like to take these, even though I love this scan, and it may run down without me. I like to give it a little bit more time. You see what's happened? It's already popped up. So what I'll do for the Pack B is now just put an alert right about here at 1395, 1396 and see if it takes it out later. And what is the market doing? So markets are down, Nas is down, Dow's down, SPY is off. So obviously we have a bit of a negative open to start. A red candle to start off on the SPY. Now I saw LAC had a couple of upgrades this morning. But it's so early. VERU, this is one that actually got hit yesterday, trying to recover somewhat. But I just think there's too much resistance right around that 6 level. VERU. American Eagle, AEO. Nice little pop here. Retailer, boy, had a big recovery yesterday too. I wonder if a lot of the retailers look like that. Let me just take a look at Macy's. See if Macy's has that big bottoming tail also. Sort of. Sort of. Yeah, ACCD is pushing on earnings. We've got it right here in the earnings, 360,000 so far. What sort of room does it have on the daily chart? 2615 is the next high, it looks like. All right, guys, it's Pack B. Well, it's just popped over 14 again. It's really teasing us right at that 14 mark for the Pack B, PACB. Maybe it gives it up in a big way. That's all I'm kind of waiting on. 1397, 1402, 1403 in the bid ask. Still a little bit early. Well, I'm glad I didn't pile into a Riven short. Not yet anyway. RIVN, a little bit of a pop. Okay, well, VERU, it's hitting that 6 level. I thought might stall it a bit. So let's see. VERU. MOLN, some volume coming into MOLN. This is kind of the move I was halfway expecting yesterday. All right, must reset my alert. Reset my price alert around 1393 for PACB. And HUDI just opened, HUDI just opened. And just moving down, just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. This looks like it could halt again. I think this is going to halt again. It just halted. HUDI just halted again. Well, this VERU getting right into this area here, the 630 area. All right, from yesterday, BCRX, a little choppy in the pre-market. BCRX, the high of yesterday was 1483, so it's almost there. If it takes that out, then the next high looking left is 1490. Is that right? 1548. So, you know, I mean, it's probably going to struggle to get through 15. Famous last words as it. All right, well, Pack B, so far, I'm going to have to wait for that 14 break again if it happens. It may not. I mean, it's popping off that 14 pretty nicely right now. But again, that's why I like to wait. Don't pile into these alerts right off the bat. Look at the market, guys. Market is slip sliding way down pretty big now. NAS is not as bad. We might get a little disconnect today in the market. I scan all floats. I don't really care. I don't put a minimum. I don't put a min or a max float on anything. It just turns out that most of the things in here seem to be lower floats, because that's the only way they can move as robustly as they do. But I don't scan for floats as such. That's not to say you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. If that's, it's just. It doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I can see immediately what the float is. Okay, BCRX, guys, 15. Well, look, I mean, there's the next high, 1548. But again, that's just me, right? I mean, I do have one of the scans I'm sharing is called Low Floaters on the Move. Well, look who's active again. Hour. Hour. Well, H-O-U-R. Hour. Little pop here. Of course, this was a wonderful long and then a wonderful short if you had shorts available yesterday. Well, this BCRX continues to maybe test this area up here. This is 1458 is the next high looking left. Looks like there's a lot of resistance in here, but it's still strong. Had a huge day yesterday, of course. And it really didn't sell off. I mean, look where it closed, almost near the high of the day. Bark is barking here, guys. Now, what's left is 440. So that is the next high looking left on the daily chart, 440, and also then 448. So there's probably some resistance, but which look, if you took it now and it got up to 440, that'd be awesome. Maybe it's a 10% move, but we don't know what's going to do that. All right, so here's the file, guys, PHIO. Now, what I see, now those of you with the AI, I don't mind talking about it. I don't usually the early ones, but I mean, to me, it looks like there's, could be a lot of resistance right around this 120 mark. I mean, I wish all this weren't here. I wish it were down below. And then when you look left, the next high was somewhere up here around 150, but accolades pouring in for ACCD. Again, earnings play still has some room. I guess 26.15 is the next high looking left. It's an earnings play. Now again, guys, I mean, my bias, BCRX looks like it's going to really challenge this 1548. All right, PAC-B is starting to drift down a little bit again. This is the one, of course, I'm very interested in. If it takes out 14 again, after this sort of up-down. I should back out this on the weekly chart just to see what sort of near-term support there could be. ACCD continues. So I mean, this is one that it just moved and it really had no pullback. Just a minor one right there, minor one right here. All right, keep an eye on this, I suppose, this MFGP. Boy, this BCRX. We're going to have to get a little more aggressive, I guess, on the 10-day daily breakouts. My bias is always leaning towards the breakdowns, but there's the FTI. So they had voluntary delisting from the Euronext Paris. This is why this one, but interesting because it had a surge, a little bit of a surge once the market opens. Here's another one on the move, guys. Fluidime, FLDM. Another one on the move. Again, I just look at this and I see resistance, around that 4 mark. Just prevents me from getting too excited about it. I know it's still going. Okay, we have a halt here. NTRB is halted. NTRB, wow, that's a big halt. NTRB. I'm sorry, NTRB resumed. I didn't realize it had been halted here. It probably was, maybe the volume wasn't big enough for me to pick this up because I have a minimum of 20,000. Anyway, this just resumed and then it got halted. What's the float? 5 million in the float. Mr. Hootie now just resumed. Whoa. Unbelievable short if you had shorts available for Hootie, H-U-D-I. And now Hootie halted again. Okay, one moment, please. All right, one from yesterday, the BBLG. BBLG on the way down. All right, we are now 15 minutes in, so well, let's see if BCRX does stall around that 1540 mark. That's where I kind of thought it might stall, but it is super powerful. I keep looking at the Pack B. I'm not going to lose sight of the Pack B, guys, if it takes out 14 again. Okay, guys, that's MFGP. What was I got distracted here? MFGP. So the next high looking left looks like 689, 685-ish. So it's got a little bit of room, guys, this MFGP. I don't see any specific news on it. That is the MFGP. What's the float like? It's a big float. 1/3 of a billion basically in the float. So this is a big float. It's through the 200-day moving average. Again, I just don't see, I see zero information about it in terms of news today. Let me just check up here. Don't see anything here. It's an upgrade, okay. Yeah, don't see that. Nothing in IB that says that, but ooh, curve. This is interesting. What's the high looking left yesterday? 951. Well, don't listen to me. I mean, look at this BCRX 1483 on the alert. I was thinking maybe it would struggle to get through 15. Now it's in this area here. All right, NTST, what are you doing? NTST? Boy, lots happening. NTRB just opened. Well, guys, the Pack B just may not do it. Yeah, we have another one now. ACI. Whoa, look at this now. Earnings play. Lots of shares available at IB, 3 million. So this just showed up now. Yeah, I was waiting for another 29 break for this one, for the ACI. Well, I guess BCRX was the star, guys. There's almost a dollar move from that alert. That's one big wow. It's going to be a day in which this candle is even bigger than yesterday's. The high up here was 1577, so I mean it's clearing that now, so there's really nothing stopping it for a while. What's the high in that monthly chart? 1622. Yeah, 1622 is the next high in the monthly chart. Hour, guys. Hour. I'm not in it, but it's having another one of its days. This is, of course, an IPO from a couple of days ago. Man, you can just see it. It just has to take out all this right here. I mean, it already has to a certain extent. Get down. I'm talking about the ACI, Albertsons. It's not a bad float. 65 million. It's not a big float. Not a low float. Well, with you guys talking about Lucid, my guess is that's having a big pop because of Riven. I'm seeing Riven is popping, so yes, I can see what you're... Well, here's another, man, activity already. FTRP just got halt. Oh, this is halted because of news. This is not a volatility halt. There's not very much volumes. This is halted because of news. Well, so far, no goes on these two yet, the PAC-B and the ACI, and it may not happen today at all. It's not a guarantee, of course, when you get these alerts. That is one big bounce for Riven, though. Wow. This was just sort of hanging in this 78 area pre-market. What's the high looking left? See, yesterday's high is 83.75, so it's getting close to that high of yesterday. Boy, now Hoodie's actually getting close to the 200-day moving average, HUDI. Now, we've seen crazy moves in this one, intraday moves. So let's just say there's that 200-day moving average at 1022 and just got halted again. All right, MFGP continues its little bit of a move. It's a big float. MOLN, guys, I believe this is an all-time high. MOLN. Yeah, it's an all-time high. It was an all-time high yesterday. Adding now. The deal with Novartis yesterday. It's a COVID play. All right, Zito from your scan, ZTO from your scan sack. I know you know it. I know you can see it. All right, let's keep an eye on this NTST. NTST, so the alert was at 23.53. The next high is 23.85 on the weekly, 24. I mean, I keep thinking those could stall it, but it's a, 39 million, not a high float, certainly not a low float, super low. MFGP, guys, continues its little move. Yeah, just no shorts available for me for the TSRI. Could be interesting maybe later on as a bounce play. I mean, it's still up huge. It's an earnings play. Not quite. A little bit of life support happening for her, but that was a pretty bad day yesterday. I know I don't know if you're still in this one, Shady, but it was a little bit of a brutal day yesterday getting at 79. All right, ACCD, not quite a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Not classically one, but because of the topping tail, but it's a spread like on that, not terrible. And the next high looking left is at 26.15. Well, let's see what Hoodie's going to do now. Is it going to hold that 200-day? No, not yet anyway. Not very much volume either, guys. I mean, that's kind of the extraordinary thing. I mean, this is going down on very little volume. 300,000 shares. It's only 3 million in the float. Well, guys, moment of truth. If you have the AI, BHIO, this is the area right here. If it gets through that, then it could have a shot to the 130 mark. All right, actually, ACCD just showed up in the option scanner now. What's the float on NES? We have very low float, 1.5. That's what our provider says, 1.5 million. All right, guys, ACCD from the option scanner, trigger 2469. Took a while for it to trigger because it didn't have enough contracts, but it is now over the my minimum of 2,000, which represents 8 times normal. Funny, I'm seeing a lot of stocks moving higher. Now well, look at NAS now, guys. NAS is up. Spread's a little wonky on the ACCD. It was from 15 cents to 20 cents, 25, 10 cents right now. Keep an eye on this curve, guys. I mean, it's the next high looking left didn't have a good day yesterday, obviously. But there's that red candle. The next high looking left is 951. There, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this ACCD, again, in the option scanner. It hit at 24.69. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not trading the options. I'm trying to trade the stock. This is just showing me stocks with unusual option activity. Okay, guys, ACI may be setting up now. Look at this. 2912 was the original alert. So it had a little pop up to what about 2970? That's a pretty big pop up it had, 2977. I'd be very interested if it takes out 29 though. I think I have an alert set right around there. Yeah, it's a different way of sorting it, Wolf. You have to look at, if you right click, it's just a different way of sorting it. I go right click properties and view mode. You notice I've got group and sort by. So that's why I do see this, the symbol every time it makes a new high. So it repeats it, but it doesn't repeat the symbol over and over again. So I'm not seeing it like here, like BCRX. It's just a different way of grouping it. You don't have to have it that way if you don't want, but that's just the way I'm grouping it. I want to see it when it makes a new high. I just don't want to see the symbol over and over again in a list. Okay, so right click properties and go to view mode. Typically it's newest first. That's what everybody usually use. I've got a group and sort by, okay, and that's, if I've got a group and sort where I keep the newest, time, descending. I wouldn't get too hung up on it. It's just that I do want to see the stock when it makes a new high or a new low, okay? I just don't want to see it like this, where it's over and over and over again repeating in a list. That's all. Oh man, well this ACI is, I almost took this one. Not quite, not quite. See if it takes another break at 29. And the one that will not die, GME, it will not die, guys. It won't die. What's the high yesterday? 135.69, so it's above that high of yesterday. Now you look left, you see this 160. All right, guys, curve from the AI. These are the ones that I do like. The ones under $10. If it can get through this high of yesterday, 951, then it might be able to attack that 10 level. We can't do it now, but if you had the AI, you had the alert at 884. So, for me, I like the things that just break over a whole number and sit there for a while, and that's exactly what it did. But it's too late now. But if you had the AI, you had the alert right there at 884. I mean, you could have taken it there. I typically do not take a stock that close to a whole number. I usually let it try to break. Okay, Hootie must be having a pop here. Yeah, a little bit of a pop now, so it just got halted on the way up. Now look at the volume that came in. Because when I last looked at it, it was about 330,000. And look at the volume that is coming into it. It was halted, now it's a room. Sorry, it's a resumption here. All right, is this the time now for ACI? We're going to see, what did I get it at? I got it at 2882. Yeah, 2882. So we'll see. That's on the short for ACI. If it gets anywhere close to 29, I'm out. So volume here, 2 million, 10 times normal. So it's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. But it gets anywhere close to 29, I'm out. Well, it depends on the price of the security, Wolfhound. You know, a $1 stock, if I look left and the next high is 130, that's pretty good. If it's a $30 stock and the next high looking left is 30.30, probably not as good. So, alrighty, there we go, ACI. Giving us something now. All right, guys, I always like to take some profit, so 28.50 on the ACI, but I really want to see if this has more legs down. The next high or next low looking left is 27.19, so well, look at it pop now, you see. I mean, I'm glad I took my... So, I'm all out of it now. All out of it now. May resume a short again. So, the last part made a little bit. The first part wasn't bad, but I was sure hoping it would continue on its way down. It may still, so I'm going to put an alert down here around 28.51. It's a little too choppy for me. See what the Pac-B is doing. See if that is, sounds like a football conference. Yeah, I have my doubts it's going to get down below that 14 mark again to give us that short. I have my doubts. The VWAP is 1432. Sure, I'll do that. Not that I'll probably take it there, but I'll do it. But at least I'll know about it. All right, so ACI is now back, coming back down. I'm going to make a determination. I want to get back in at that 2650, 2850 area. Okay, so for the ACCD, I'm sticking, do I still have my alert? I'm going to stick my alert up in this area here, 2479-ish. Came in the option scanner at 2469, so see if it can regain that, because it still has room. You look left, 2615, that's, plenty of room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but from 2460 to, that's $2 or $1.50 or so to that next high. That's what I figured, really, yeah. All right, guys. Wow, it's 10:20 already. Been a fast morning. Before I get into my spiel, what happened with Mac? MACK. Meanwhile, BCRX is just a star today. I did not take it. Next high looking left on that monthly chart is, what did I say before, 1622. After that on the monthly chart is 1848. So 18 on the weekly chart. All right, well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, we do have a promo code. I'm just going to get it in here, get it into our YouTube room. All right, so I just popped my homepage link in, and as I say, there is a promo code now for 20% off. All right, so if you click on my homepage link in the main trading room, my tab is up here, and there is the link all day, so you can also do that. You click on that link. Okay, so there is the promo code MLK20 for 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. The market is closed on Monday, Luther King Day, so that's why we're having this promotion. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So premium is $22.68 a year minus that 20%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus that 20%. Big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You can always go month to month if that's what you want. 118 and 228, you can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you do take a monthly and within 30 days you decide, you know what, I'd love to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 20%. 3 free sections on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, all times Eastern, of course. And then we have a big education section. Of course, most of it geared specifically to trade ideas. We have a big user guide. We have the introductory lessons, which I really encourage you take if you're brand new to trade ideas. Daily support. So today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 12:55. Michael, one of the other traders, takes over. And today being Tuesday, that is Michael's day. He is, if you have a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus and maybe backtesting strategies and things like that, Michael's your man, okay? So he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I do take my break, I will put the link in so you can join. Daily webinars. Today's Tuesday. There is one today. We're on the Tuesday-Thursday cycle this week. Next week it's Monday-Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And again, Michael Noss put this together. If you're new to trading, looking for a refresher or maybe even a different take, Michael put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? So it's back to basics, okay? Really encourage you to take a look at that. So those are the 3 free sections. Then, of course, my scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing. I like these top 5. I mean, they're all good, but I mean, you know, you can't have them all. I mean, you can have them all, but you don't want to have them all up and running. Too many. But I tend to concentrate on these 5 right here at the top. What I do in the pre-market, I look at these 4. The gap up, gap down, share, pre-market, actives up and down. Okay, this is what I look at in the pre-market. So all my scans are here. So ton of information on these 2 links, the education and my scans link. Save my link, and then you can look at this anytime you want. All right, ACI just flashed. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans, but of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. So for instance, this one right here, you always start off, you're going to create your own scans, you always start off with some filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. In this particular case, this scan is looking for stocks between $2 and $35. The current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. Okay? I'm just showing you the concept. You start off with filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. So why we see these 2 stocks here, these are the only 2 stocks so far that have met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, this is so when I get these are real-time alerts. Now, if you want to build your own scans, we tried to make it relatively easy and simple. I'm going to right-click again on an alert window, click on search. These are all the filters that we have. Sorry, all the alerts that we have. Notice you don't have to learn a programming language. When it comes to these icons, these are the filters that we have, all right? So, and please listen carefully. I know I say it every day, but we get people who just look at this and go, oh my gosh, it's too complicated, I can't learn it. You don't have to learn every alert and filter. Why we have so many is because obviously we've got thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. I don't know. I don't learn it. Probably I'm using 1%, if that, of these alerts and filters. Another way that you want some of our scans that we have created. Just a minute. So trying to get used to this giant cursor pointer. So if you go to our toolbar and click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, you will see these channels. These are all themed channels. Well, for instance, we have an earnings channel. This will be very active next week for the probably the next, I'd say, month and a half. These will be full. So we have an earnings channel as an example. Okay. We have a momentum channel. All themes. So for instance, if you looked at this one, you said, you know what, I wouldn't mind having this as part of my layout. Well, you just save it to the cloud. You can save it as is. Or, of course, if you want to modify it a bit, just like my scans, of course, you might not like this price range. You just go in and you change it. I'm going to change it to 10 instead of 1. Click on the summary and you see how that has changed. So now you can take the scans that we've got, modify them if you want to, maybe a different price range, maybe a different minimum volume, or you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you add in a filter, take out a filter. But at the beginning, if you just like it the way it is, that's no problem. You just save it to the cloud, save the scan to the cloud. You move on to the next, another one. Maybe you want this one. The action is heating up right now. Maybe you want this one. Save it to the cloud. Now a word about, I should have mentioned this. You notice I made a change to the momentum. But when I go back, that change is not saved. See, it's back to 1 and 50 instead of 10 and 50. The reason being is that these channels are for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change doesn't necessarily mean everybody wants the same change. So that's why if once you're on the channel, if you stay here, of course your change is saved. But the minute you leave it and come back, that change is not saved. But really what I'm trying to demonstrate is how you can go through the individual channels and start extracting scans that you might like. And then you just basically load them from the cloud. Once they're in the cloud, you load them one by one from the cloud, and then you can create your own layout without actually having to know how to build a scan in the first place. All right. So let's take a look at the AI. You've got to be nimble on these, though. I mean, I'm just looking at some of them. I know people want to be able to take our AI, nicknamed Holly, and just run it in auto fashion. In other words, turn it on in the morning and count your money in the afternoon. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. You can look at it like a man or machine. The machine is giving you the ideas, automatically. There's nothing for you to do. You just wait for them to happen. But then to maximize your gains, you really should manage the exits. I know that's what people don't want to do. They just want to have it run automatically. Sorry, it won't work that way. Some days it could, but overall, it's just not the way to use it. And this is what I would do from our toolbar. I would click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see right here. Never mind these two, but you'll see this window right here. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And as I say, how you trade them will be up to you. You have, here, the earliest alert would be at 9:35. You see the earliest one was at 9:42. And you just wait for them to happen. There's nothing for you to do. You can't say, well, just give me this price range or this volume or whatever. Just wait for them to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop. Okay, and again, how you manage them will be up to you. There's no mad rush. You don't, just like every time I get an alert, it doesn't mean I just take the trade. If I get an alert from any one of my scans, I'm always going to look at the chart just to check to see what's happening, maybe even what the market is doing, and I try to assess it. And, with some experience, you can usually assess these things pretty quickly. So I would not get hung up on, oh man, I got this alert at 884 and now it's 892. I guess I've missed it. Things like that. I use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, the AI gets into something and it immediately drops. Maybe it comes back, later on. All right, well, there's real at that just underneath that VWAP now for Pack B. Let's see if it keeps moving down. It takes out 14 again. Well, a price alert might be saved, Sam. Yeah, I mean, a price alert may be saved in the, but it's not saving, but that's a little bit different. It's just if you make any changes to the filters or the alerts, they will not be saved. But yes, if you create a price alert on a chart, yes, that's saved. All right, a little bit about this big blue window you see here called Brokerage Plus. And again, if you have a lot more, if you want to get into this in a lot more detail, save your questions for noon Eastern, about an hour and a half from now. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. He's a lot more, well, he uses it a lot more than I do. It's that simple. Oops, sorry, that was the wrong link. All right, so there's the Brokerage Plus link that I put in. If you click on that link, you're going to see two videos. One is a short video which shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It means you just can't use this feature. That's all it means. Remember, we're a scanner first and foremost, doesn't matter who your broker is. And if you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use this, okay? It's a feature, it's an option. It's here for you if you want to use it. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Now, how I like to demonstrate it, though, you'll notice, and also, if you're using our web-based version, it is not available. You have to be using our downloadable application. You notice in the toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath, two options. One says Live, and one says Simulation, Paper Trading. I like to demonstrate it in paper trading mode, because if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please, 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 practice trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. Okay, it's using our real-time data. Bit of a choppy day of the stuff I'm seeing anyway. I mean, look at the ACI. It looked like I was almost going to hop in and reshort it. I mean, when these ones here are really working well, an alert working well, you're not seeing this sort of action. What you're seeing is something that is just slowly moving down almost all day long. Almost all day long. Now, granted, these were not near a lifetime low. The ones near a lifetime low or at a lifetime low, below. I mean, those are the ones that seem to just keep wanting to move down, down, down. So we didn't get a couple. We did not get a couple. I mean, both of them, Pack B. This is not, it's 25% above a lifetime low. Well, it's nothing to do with my charts really, so Matthew. It's these. These are all, anything in green is a potential long for me. Anything in sort of rose or yellow is a potential short for me. Then I look at the charts. Okay, so because if something is making making a high of the day, then that's why I'm always looking left to see, okay, how much further could it go based on the daily and the monthly and the weekly? Where's the next high? Looking left. So for instance, if I got an alert at $10 for something and I look left on the daily chart and the next high is $10.10, I'm not going to take the trade as an example. But if the next high, say, was at $11, that'll get me awfully interested in taking that trade. Other things come into play, but that's kind of that's the first thing I'm looking at. How much room does it have? The only real indicator I'm watching is the 200-day moving average. Again, I don't want to take something that's very close to the 200-day moving average. So that's, but I'm not a huge indicator guy, and that doesn't mean, anybody else shouldn't be. But certainly the 200-day moving average is kind of one of those ones that is universally watched, even by people like myself who maybe doesn't take a look at too many indicators. Pack B, guys, maybe. Still have my doubts a little bit, but let's see if it takes out the 14. 13.95 was the alert. Now, there are other things that, when I'm watching now, if I'm wanting to take this Pack B as an example, we can see some crosses. There's a cross up here on the 2-minute chart, 80 MA crossing down below the 20 SMA, things like that. But I'm not transfixed by them, if you will. I'm not, I just, if I click on an alert and I happen to see this, I think, okay, that's giving me, made a bit more confidence that this could end up being a good short. So the market is, the Dow is still getting hit. So the so-called value stocks are being hit still, and the growth stocks are not as bad, but yeah, your broker has to be open all the time, Annie. Yes. All we're doing is because you're connecting to your broker. Okay, when you look at those two the video that shows how you connect to IB, well then you're connecting to IB. If you close it down, then it's not going to take any trades. Well, Pack B, are you going to do it? Are you really going to do it? Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be, even if it does take out this 390, but let's see. Or 390, 1390-ish. Well, see, look at look at the ACI. I mean, that looked to me, that looked pretty good. Right down here again, it looked like it was going to take out that 2850 and just didn't do it. And then it just has had a nice rebound. I was consider myself fairly lucky then how I traded this one. Different day from yesterday, because by this time, we probably had about 8 alerts in here. Well, Zach, this is an interesting one from your scan, the SPIR. Tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, over 2.5 million. So looks like, when you look at this daily chart, the next high looking left is 440 and then 448. It looks like that could be a resistance area. However, we do have these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Sellers have tried a couple of times to knock this down. The buyers have propped it up a little bit. I'm sorry, I had bark up. I had bark up, not SPIR. Look where it stalled. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to stall forever, but I mean, the high looking left was 1312 and it got to 1313. Another high right there, 1315. So those two little daily candles put a bit of a halt on it. If it can get through that, if it can, then you're looking at the 350 level, which wouldn't be too bad, but right now, but William or Zach, you guys probably already pounded this one down a little bit. Yeah, keep an eye on the bark, guys. I mean, this is okay. I was talking about it. I had the wrong chart up. Well, I had the right chart up, but I was looking at something else. But anyway, 440. Is there any news on bark? Let's see. We have So after hours, the CEO was resigning. After hours, there was the reaction, CEO resigning, but it looks like this was planned, not just an abrupt resignation. All right, Pack B is still skirting that 14 area. Now ACI is, oh, I'm sorry, no, it's, when I saw 29.50, I thought that was, but that's $1 over the 28.50. That's a big bounce for ACI now, guys. Well, this one just keeps inching its way up and up and up. I've never taken this one, BBT. You know, about 2 weeks ago, this was 340, so it's a couple of dollars. It's been a nice run. Of course, it's a energy stock. Speaking of which, let's just take a look at the sectors now, see if there's any big changes. Remember when we did this 10 minutes before the market opened? Every single energy stock was up for the day. Let's see if that is the same. So not quite. So you see energy has dipped a little bit, you know, so only 77% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that refers to. When we looked 10 minutes before the market opened, this was at 100%. You know, right? Nothing, there's no good sector, guys. Well, other than energy. But look at tech, 25%, financials, 20%. I mean, there's really, markets just getting beaten up virtually everywhere. Surprised utilities are down so much. Usually, you know, when the market is getting beat up, people tend to buy these utilities. They got dividends, things like that, kind of a what they call defensive measure stocks. But even utilities are being beaten up. Look at real estate, 100% of them are down. Now, it doesn't mean they're down huge. It's just that they're not, but they are down, you know, from yesterday's close. Hey guys, you might want to take a look at this curve again. There's a 2-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. It's above the high of that previous 15-minute candle now. And what did it get up to? 935. The problem is right there. 951 is the high looking left. That was yesterday's high. I mean, it could stall it. Yeah, it's still flirting with that. There was the original alert, 1395 for Pack B. If it takes that out, that might get it rocking down again. I know it took out the VWAP. I'm just kind of waiting. I want to see if this happens. It's almost. was the actual low here? No, I don't do anything usually in auto. I know where I'm going to get out of the stock, so I don't create anything. I'm in very few stocks at the same time, trades at the same time. So I like to manage my trades. So I don't create stop limit orders. I mean, that's not to say a person shouldn't. But I know where I'm going to get out of the stock. If I get into it, I'm just waiting to see if it takes that 1395, 1390, gets into the low 1390s. There was the alert right here. So I guess the actual low was 1385. That was the actual low for the day. All right, well, let's see if that does it. What sort of a fill that I get? I actually got a pretty good fill, 1394 on the PACB. So we'll see if this has any sort of strength downward. So again, there was the alert, 1395. I was able to take it at 1394. It's anywhere close to 14, I'm gone. So I don't do that typically all in. I mean, you can do it in IB. You can put a conditional buy order at a certain price in IB. I mean, you can do something like that, put a conditional buy at a price, sure. I don't. Typically, I don't. You can do it in Brokerage Plus. All right, I'm out. A little loss. I'll take a look at it again. I just don't like the choppiness of it. You know, I want it to, below 14. So maybe I'll have to stick my alerts down here, 1389. Okay, now this one just showed up here. Viru. I think there's some resistance around 650. Is that right? 694. Actually, this has got some room. Yeah, 641. That's what I saw before. Between about 640 and 650-ish. Yeah, well, I was just playing the break here, the 13.95. You know, that's all I was doing, and with a tight stop, so can always come out of it. You know, very very manageable loss. This is one has been kind of sneaky good. This MFGP. It's a big float. That's why, you know. That's why typically. Sorry, distraction at my feet here. Typically, you don't see some wild fluctuations, you know. So there's the benefit of being in something that, you know, is moving with a high float. You typically don't get the wild gyrations, you know, these big candles that can knock you out of a trade. Haven't looked at this one for a while. CFVI. Boy, the play for ACI obviously was a super bounce. How's my pointer, guys? Big enough for you? Oops. I'm going to just, obviously, I know he didn't mean to say that. Yeah, I know I did. I did. All right, well, I had to check to see, make sure my sound toggle, I hadn't actually turned it off. Just nothing really new happening for the things I'm looking at. See, I can't win. I could always reduce it in size. This one yesterday, guys, Flex LNG, had a big day yesterday. It is now above yesterday's high. And what's the next high looking? Left 24.57. All right, guys. So the market is SPY. There's a couple of green candles. Let's see if it can get above that high right there, 465. That might lead to some interesting bounce plays. JD, we have the 200-day moving average at 75.86, so yes. Well, guys, you can, I mean, didn't really talk about money management or anything like that, but, stops. Got into the Pac B, took about a 6-cent loss on it, which would have, if I had been stubborn, that would have turned into about a 30-cent loss. On the number of shares. Well, it all depends how many shares you got, of course, but I'd rather have a 6-cent loss than a 30-cent loss. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't take it. I did not take it. But, based on the volume that was on the way down, we've seen this before. We've seen days like this before with this crazy one. And it's always, there's no news that I can see. I don't think I've really ever seen any news on this. Now it's halted on the way up now. Yeah, I think it got a little bit below it, but 889 and 1022. So it was a little bit below it. You can see there's the green line, there's the 200-day. So it did dip below it just a little bit. Nothing surprises me anymore. If this went positive today, it wouldn't surprise me. I know I'd have to tack on about $10, but nothing surprises me. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's just that it wouldn't surprise me. Again, guys, this BPT is just inching its way up, 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 up. There was the original alert from my watch list at 550, now at 580. This is another one that is probably, it's a little more erratic because of the float, 20 million in the float. It's a Swiss company also, so you know, I don't know how many other exchanges it trades on. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, the Veru, V-E-R-U, is still on the move here. Keep looking left on it. I keep seeing this area right there, but I mean, you know, look what happened with the BCRX. It just exploded right through what I considered could have been some decent resistance. I just see this 640 area, 640 to 650 area, but it's had a rebound day, obviously. Boy, I have to start reversing my thinking today and maybe just trying to play these pops off the bottom. I mean, that pack B is, I might do my video on it just, you know, to re-emphasize the importance of placing stops and not getting stubborn. Even this BPT now is starting to show up here. Look at these days. I mean, gap, gap, gap. Crude oil at $80. That's on the 7th. I don't know what crude is now. Probably around that area, which I hate. Yeah, makes our dollar. I want a cheap Canadian dollar. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Keep an eye on the TSRI now. Maybe this is going to bounce. TSRI, this is an earnings play. It's still up, 35%, at least earnings after hours. You can see there's the mauve area. There it was pre-market. It actually took out the high of after hours in the pre-market. Market opened, popped way up here. I know Zach shorted it, but this may be setting up now as it's basing a little bit here around that 1170 mark. You can just see it. So if this pops through this area, maybe gets through 12 on volume, this could get it rocking again. I mean, remember it hit 1450 before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert, say around 1192 for TSRI. If I get the alert, doesn't mean I take the trade, but I'll know obviously when it happens, if it happens. But then I want to see, did it happen on volume? You know, I mean, if the volume remains like this, I mean, look how it's just sort of dwindled. So what I'd want to see is something that probably looks at least like that volume bar, to pop it through. It may not happen. Well, tech has had a big come. In fact, I'm surprised when we looked at that dock channel bar and we looked at the sectors. Oops, up here. You see what's happened? Look now, guys. Look at technology. Look at the rebound. 70% now. Communications about 50%. Okay. I mean, that's exactly what happened. Just have to check the NAS, look at the move in the NAS, which is, heavily weighted with technology stocks. Because remember, even when I looked at it, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, I mean, this was down here. So we've had a little resurgence in the tech stocks. I'm afraid to look at Hootie now. Yeah, well, I thought it was going to be 30. Well, I mentioned this fling earlier, FLNG. I did mention it earlier. Now it's showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, looking left, I think the next high is right at that high. Let me just click on another alert. Yeah, 24.57 looking left, and then after that, 25.44. So, boy, it takes this out. It's got a little bit of room, but $1, before it hits that next high. Yeah, Hudi is halted. HUDI is halted, yes. Somebody asked, is it halted? Just opened, just resumed. Remember what I said, it wouldn't surprise me if this goes positive. Nothing surprises me anymore. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but all right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to change headsets. Well, guys, again, the moment of truth really for VERU. Again, yeah, BCRX, that is something I do have thumbnailed actually, BCRX. Wow, 1622 is the next high looking left on the monthly, and then after that it is 1848. Big area right here for this BCRX. I mean, it's right at that monthly high. And then after that, it's got still a ton of room, $18.50. I'm not saying it's going to get there if it gets through this, but again, pets do zero. Wow, unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, 2 days ago, this was almost a $4 stock. 3 days ago, a $4 stock, and what a clobbering it took yesterday. Yeah, I mean, you can see. Look at the look at the Russell. I mean, the Russell has taken a hit, of course. Boy, keep an eye on that BCRX, guys. The BCRX is looks like it's sort of somewhat poised. I mean, 1622. You know, I keep repeating myself, but that's such a 1622. That is the high of 4 months ago. The other one to keep, you know, if you have a price alert set, you don't have to watch it, but you know, the TSRI, see if it takes this area out right here on volume. I mean, look at the volume, it just completely dwindled. I mean, it's a, you know, 33 million have traded. It's about $1 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, look at the comeback in the market, guys. I mean, even the Dow has come back. Tech has come back. Well, NAS has come back. Look at the SPY. SPY has actually gone positive now. We've had 45 minutes now of up. I'm definitely doing my video today on PAC-B. You know, just to you know, hammer home the importance of having a stop and obeying it. Both of these interesting. You know, it turned out to be, instead of moving down from these alerts, both of these. Well, ACI gave me a little bit of a profit earlier, but both of them were bounce plays. Turned out to be bounce plays. All right, FLNG. Again, this next high looking left is 25, 24.57. Takes that out. It has a shot to get to this area. The 25.44 area is a shot. The BCRX looking better and better the more it holds over that high of the 4 month ago high. Get some volume to just pop it up. Good volume sort of increasing a little bit on the 2-minute chart. Yeah, I'll be starting to watch your bouncers or your toppers a little bit in the afternoon. Let's take a trade in the simulator just to show you how you can do something like this. So let's take, I don't know, I'm going to get Viru. Something's gone, again, I'm in a development version. Yours it won't even, there we go. Let me just do something here. Yeah, there's something wrong with my simulator here. This is when I click on the alert. Of course, the symbol should be showing up here. So I'm on the latest development version, which doesn't look like yours. So I'm actually unable to do anything. Okay, well, I could probably do a reload of trade ideas, but I just don't want to do that. So all right, well, I can at least type it in. Let's just do something like this. Well, this shows me that I'm not connected or something. Okay. Yeah, I should be getting a bid ask and all that. So anyway, took the trade. This is in the simulator. So if I wanted to practice swing trading, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this will carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. All right, guys, MOLN is now through that 25 mark, or it's right at it, 25. Again, all-time high. Big news, Novartis yesterday, and I don't know if they republished that news today, but this is an all-time high. All right, so that's why we wait. TSRI, look what happened with TSRI. So I wasn't going to anticipate that it would take this out. In other words, I wasn't going to buy it here thinking, oh well, it'll probably take that out. Look what happened. TSRI actually really starting to give it up. You can save a lot of pain and misery, just by waiting for your either a price alert to activate, or just waiting for the setup rather than trying to think, it's probably going to happen. Yeah, SM and APA. But you're right. I mean, the oil sector is the hot sector, obviously, today. As well as tech. Tech had a big comeback. Even crypto's having a, looking at my crypto ETF, BITO, and it's having a surge. KPTI, let's take a look at KPTI from Amen. So there's the VWAP, 811. So yeah, it's over the VWAP. It's over the 200-day moving average also today. You can see what it did yesterday. Basically got right to it. And then, yeah, 860, yeah, right. I mean, look at all that on that daily chart. That looks like pretty tough resistance. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just again. I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnails. I don't charts, not my thumbnails. My thumbnail charts, and not seeing anything of interest. The curve is starting to, wend its way back up again. There was the high. The high was right here at 934. I mean, it could get very interesting if it takes out that 951. What's the float? Yeah, it's a low float, so decent volume. I mean, it'll trade obviously over 1 million shares today. This is from the AI also. Let's take a look here. Alert was at 884. Notice the AI, if you're just running it in its conservative mode, got out at 897, for just a modest gain. That's why we're saying manage the trades, because you should not have let something that if you got in anywhere close to 884 and it runs to 934 and then to get out, down here. All right, guys. Well, the BCRX is still kind of flirting around that high of 4 months ago. Man. Well, some of these, I mean, they're just really bouncing well. I mean, the FTI was down. It's now, it looks like it's going to go positive. I mean, their news was that they're going to voluntarily delist from Euronext Paris. And that was the news. Take a look at Peloton. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, 11:45. Just going to confirm that it's Michael in the YouTube room when I do take my break. Oops. MOLN, guys, I mean, it's just teasing at this 25 level. Now there's BCRX again, coming back over that 1622, which is that high. Back now at 1630. Last time I looked, it was 60. So let's take a look at DWAC. Wow. Yeah, no kidding. Well, what is the high over here? 66.31 and 65.29. So these two highs right over here. All right, the Veru. Yeah, this isn't working. Yeah, I mean, I can tell right off the bat this is not working. Guys, sorry about that. So I just wanted to confirm, yes, Michael will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I take my break. So he can go over a lot of the stuff that you see here in Brokerage Plus if you want. And also, you know, he's much more of a back tester of strategies, etc., than I am, considering I don't do any. All right, well, guys, BCRX now, the next challenge. I mean, just keep looking left now. Monthly chart, excuse me, 1848. I think, let me take a look at the weekly. Yeah, Yes, so it's above all this on the weekly now. All right, guys, 11:52. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, three to 4 minutes. Okay, I'll be back in 3 to 4 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I was just in time to welcome Michael into the YouTube room. I'm just going to put my announcement up here. And all right, yeah, that BCRX zipping higher. Well, guys, as I said before, nothing surprises me. You know, I was sort of jokingly, it was about $10 away from actually going green, HUDI. Nothing would surprise me. And look at the MOLN, guys. Been talking about that one, MOLN. It looks like it's finally breaking free of 25 now. It's a bit of a spread issue, but it is definitely breaking free of 25. And it's an all-time high, and, you know, arguably some really good news. And look at BCRX. Just waiting for Michael. I think he might have started. Just gotta scroll down. Yeah, okay. I see you now, Michael. Okay, I'll stop my stream. Have a good hour.
Okay, guys, just making sure everything's hidden that needs to be hidden. I think I got it all there. So we'll just hit that button right there. I'll just wait for the stream to catch up, and we are good to go. All right, guys, so thank you everyone for coming. If you're new here, what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off and then open up the room to questions. So for the next hour, I'll be sitting here doing live Q&A. Any questions you have about trade ideas or trading or anything like that, feel free to ping. I've got the chat over here now that I've confirmed all of that is working. Can close some of this down, increase some bandwidth and all that. As always, we love questions here because, you know, most of everything that we're doing here is unprepared because we want to make sure that there is that room for questions. So, you know, ask away. You're helping me out. And more you ask, and the less I have to waffle on. But just looking at the markets here, right, we bounced kind of exactly where it would make sense to in an uptrend. If you just take that low as the part of your trend line, then you add that low in there as the other part of your trend line. We came right down to there, put in what's a pretty nice looking hammer candle, and, you know, just been bouncing from there. So it'll be interesting to see, right? We obviously need to continue this trend that's been going on for a year and a half. We need to continue these higher highs and higher lows, right? If you go back a while. Let's just turn this into a weekly chart so you can see, right, every high, and then we get a nice orderly pullback, and then, right, another high and a nice orderly pullback, right? So this has been as stereotypical as an uptrend as you could get. So it's all looking fantastic here. Morning, in my opinion, what's the best way to trade the AI? Well, the best way to trade the AI and anything else is in accordance to your trading plan, right? So it's going to give out symbols that have a higher probability than normal of kind of moving the way that, you know, the AI is calling them, either long or short. But, you know, we never recommend just taking a trade just because a scan or a system or anything tells you to, right? That's you'll be hard pressed to find, you know, traders that do that kind of successfully for a long period of time. So what I would do is incorporate your own trading plan. What kind of setups do you like? Are you a revision to the mean trader? Are you a breakout trader? Are you a scalper? Or you, you know, how is it that you like to trade? And then from there, when you see those trades come into the system, then you just decide whether you take them or not. Right. So for me, intraday, I really like a lot of the revision to the mean type stuff, which is kind of on fire today. For swing trading, I'm a little bit more of a trend follower, which is mostly what I do is swing trading. But for intraday, you know, I like revision to the mean because there's far more chop I've noticed intraday than things just continuing. So I like to try to catch pullbacks and things like that. So those are the ones that I'll gravitate to, and I'll ignore the ones that are more, you know, taking breakouts of all-time highs and stuff like that. But you know, it has to be, always has to be your trading plan, right? There is no way around that. It's one of those that those, you know, I've mentored traders, I've traveled the world and talked to some of the best traders out there, and the ones who have trading plans do very well, and the ones who don't write them usually have a bad time. For the next question there, do you need, let me grab this, do you need premium for the AI? Yes, that's some of the main differences between premium and standard is standard, you have access to all the scanning and alerting tools and charts normally to auto trade or to trade or to use the AI or to backtest your own strategies if you want to build your own kind of quantitative algos. For that, you need the premium package. So there is no currently way to use the AI with the standard package. And a lot of that has to do with the server load, for example, right? The AI takes a lot of server load, so we want to make sure that we get a premium for that, just to make sure that people who want the standard package, you know, they don't have to pay for that increased server load that the premium members are paying for. But yeah, so just think of everything as a vehicle to help speed up your trading plan and how you'd like to trade, right? There's no, you know, anyone who's going to tell you exactly how to trade, I would be wary of, right? It's got to be something that you do yourself. And one example I like to use for this is kind of the example of a diet plan. You know, I could tell you what I eat to feel good or lose weight or do whatever, but if it's all stuff that you hate, you're not going to follow it. So then what's the point, right? So that's one of the main reasons I believe that, again, I've noticed just that it's not, there's no shades of gray. It's people who put in the work and build a plan and follow it do very well. And then the people who don't. I think it's because everything's tailored to themselves, so it makes it easier for them to, you know, when hard times come, which of course they always will, and things like that, you know, whether it's an AI or whatever, there'll be days, weeks, or months where things aren't working as planned. If you're relying on someone else's plan, I think you're far more likely to have a bad time, as opposed to someone who's, for example, done the work and built their own plan. So, for people who haven't gone through and built that plan yet, and they don't really know how, let me grab this. We actually have a free trading course. I'll just link here. 39 lesson, completely free intro to trading course. By the end of it, I show how I would build a plan and a trading checklist and all of this. And the beauty of it is, once you have that skill, you can very easily go back and, make sure that you're changing it, right? Because no trading strategy or trading plan will work forever. Sorry, I just had to write a little message there. So yeah, so that's how I would look at trading AI, trading TI strength, which is our swing trading algorithm, which I've created. Any of them, right? When it comes to TI strength, there's actually suggested entries and stop losses and all that. But again, I would make sure that those are something that makes sense to you before you would just kind of hop into them, right? So what is TI strength supposed to show? So too many alerts. There's no alerts. These are just, so what it does, it takes, basically it's a ranking mechanism. So we built a purely technical ranking mechanism using candlestick setups, indicators, chart setups, that type of thing. And we've tried to define what we consider the top strongest names in the market are for swing trading, longer term swing trading and investing purposes, right? This isn't going to get some crazy breakout thing that triples or anything like that. So what it's alerting, it's not really alerting anything. It's just showing what are the top ranked symbols based off this proprietary algorithm. Now, for you saying there's too many, I would highly disagree with that. There's 10 today? No less than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8. So you have to look at 8 symbols today. Myself, I go through about 500 charts a day. So I might be biased, but I think looking at eight charts a day doesn't seem like it's a lot, right? But yeah, it's purely technical. And again, you would use it in your trading as if you are someone who likes relative strength in trading and you have a trading plan around relative strength to play, then that's fine, right? So if you like relative strength and you have a trading plan, then I would say you scan through those symbols, and if they meet your trading plan, then take a trade. And if they don't meet your trading plan, don't take a trade, right? Every algorithm, alert, newsletter, chat room, whatever, is just a way for you to find ideas to either build new trading setups and plans or to find setups that meet your trading setup and plan. That's it, right? There's one of the things that I think, you could help out a lot of people is just to demystify and to simplify trading, right? So how does TI strength? Well, so TI strength is a completely built and a completely technical algorithm, whereas the score is a ranking system that uses technicals and fundamentals. So again, you would say, well, if your trading plan includes fundamental, then I would stick more with the score and look for things with a high score. If your trading plan doesn't concern with fundamental data, then I would say you look at TI strength. Is going to be the main way to do it. But the thing is, the score, and the only difference really I would say is trade ideas strength. We have back tested trading TI strength. I'll bring it up here. You can see over the last 5 years how a balanced portfolio of the top 5 ranked symbols versus the SPY performed. And again, not lighting the world on fire, but that's not the point. These are going to be large, slower moving plays. Whereas the score is untested, right? So that would be the only main difference. But again, all depends what your trading plan. If your trading plan, you want stocks that are, to have a high score, it not only has to be good technically, but there has to be good fundamentals. So it has to be making money, earnings growth, cash on hand, things like that. Whereas TI strength is purely technical based. And as a chartered market technician myself, I am biased to just the purely technical side of things, right? Been trying to find a good scan for a 3-bar long play. You'll need a little bit more explanation for there, Bill. That could mean anything. I don't know what a 3-bar long play for day trade. Possibly, it could be. I would check these out. And these are pre-built as well. I'm probably going to rebuild these. Actually, allow me to make a note to rebuild these into the Market Explorer. We have these, put that up. These RBI GBI scans. And these are for premium as well. But again, I may move these over to the Market Explorer. And these look for essentially, I can bring one up, but yeah, so these look for, come on, let's bring up SAN. I think it's like 4 up candles in a row, and then a small red candle, and then a green one. So if that's the setup you're looking for, these will find those. This small red bar followed by a green bar. You can take a look at those and see if that meets your criteria. What I think I'm going to do in the Market Explorer is not need that many lead-up bars, personally. But that will be, allow people to choose a little bit better, but get rid of that. But yeah, so speaking of TI strength, so if we go through the official symbols, so these are the ones that we would have back tested against. I think only one of them have actually triggered this week. And that is, L, lows, but not, I had to look this up, not the building supply store lows, but direct casualty insurance company, which is interesting because I don't know if anyone knows an insurance company ETF, but when I was doing TI strength on the weekend, insurance company ETF. Insurance ETFs. Just because there was many insurance companies in there. So the internet is saying KIE. Which is interesting. So yeah, this is S&P Insurance ETF. So looking at that actually doesn't look too bad. Let's move that into a weekly chart here. Yeah, so that's really strong. So that makes sense. So this is the kind of stuff that you'll see from TI strength is here on the weekly chart, just things that have been dramatically outperforming the market, incredibly strong and kind of basing. So yeah, there was a lot of insurance plays, but we try to make sure that the strength alerts portfolio we email out or is available in the channel bar is somewhat diversified. And yeah, Lowe's is the only one I think that has triggered so far. Yeah, CB hasn't, and AMPL hasn't either. So it's just this one for now. Yeah, 1 minute 3 bar play doesn't mean anything still, right? What do you want the 3 bars to be? Right? Like that's where do you want them to exist? That type of thing. Now, I will say you can't go define each bar within trade ideas, but we might be able to find something close, depending on, right? I don't know what a 3 bar play is, right? They obviously didn't go over that in the CMT. Yeah, and then looking through the other symbols, right? What else do we have? So this part in the TI strength channel has the 5 that are given out, and then the ones here are just updating in real time just to see what's going on, right? Is there a chart to simply track stocks short interest? Not a chart, but if you bring up our single stock window, and you can get that just by going new single stock window, which I think is the most underrated window we have. You get a kind of a data sheet like this. Let's load up something that actually has, you can't use, yeah, there we go. You can add whatever data you want to this. You can just right click and click configure, and you can add whatever it is that you want to see from this, insanely massive list. But you can see up here, I have short float. So anytime I click on any single name, I can easily find the short float. You can add that to a column in your scans, right? If I wanted to add it, for example, to this strength alert, this top list here, I can just right click and click configure, and then under search, just type in short, and we'll add the short float. Just click on that and then click show column, and then OK. And you can see now it has listed all of the short floats for the different names right here. And again, same with, you can do it on this single stock window. And again, I really believe that this single stock window's a bit overrated or underrated, where you can put in whatever you want to see, right? So if you're a fundamental person, you can put a whole bunch of fundamental stuff in. If you can, you want to do you could do, technical data. Like one thing I have on, so this is a virtual machine that you're seeing that just has all the stuff for show, but I actually like putting in these position in range. Let's just go crazy with it. Let's grab them all. I'll show all those. Right, and then these are almost kind of mini charts in and of themselves. These little green cylinders. So the more green it is, the higher up in these range. So I can tell you right now that ZIM is like halfway to a little bit more. It's getting really, really actually close to the high end of its lifetime range. Right, I can see 5-day range. It's breaking out of a 5-day range, 10-day, 20-day, year range. And yeah, you can see all of this stuff just by a click. So it's a quick way to go through and, just kind of see where everything is, right? After I upgrade it, my single stock windows appear to just one column. Oh, it changes based off how you have it sized, right? So if I move it like this, it will shrink to one column, just depending on how much data you have in it, right? So if you want it 2 columns, right, just drag it out until it's 2 columns. And then if you want it 3 columns, right, just keep. The bigger it is, the more columns it will put in. If it doesn't have room and those things would start to get squished together, then it will shrink those up. So I like to make mine, because I heavily use the single stock window. I find it, again, incredibly. It's one of those things that I don't find in other charting platforms that I use, is just, wanting to be able to quickly look and see all of the relevant stats. Like as a technical guy, I usually don't use like it has current debt and the amount of cash on hand and all that kind of stuff here. But things like market cap I find are interesting, right? If you're clicking on something and you're like, oh, this thing looks like it could double, and then you find out that it's it's got a massive market cap for a kind of crummy company, then you might go, okay, like, this has this company's worth 300 million, you got to go, okay, what do they do, type of thing. But I'm a very technical guy, so I like to look at stuff like how much is it up from Jan 1, I think is usually kind of interesting, right? Is it up or down on the year? These position and range cylinders I really like, so I can look real quick. I don't even need to look over here at the chart. I can just look at the single stock window and say, okay, short term this thing's up a lot and bullish, and then long term it's kind of crummy, right? It's in the bottom 25% of its lifetime range, which also is its 2-year range, so must not be around very long as a company. Right, position in year range is low as well. But then once we start getting into like the most recent term, then it looks good, right? So it's a good way just to say, okay, what's going on when it comes to all these different kind of metrics. Sorry, just a little protein shake, throat getting dry. So it seems like the market was actually down all morning when Pumpin' Powell was out there talking, and then the second he stopped talking, the market liked it. Right? We used to kind of be the other way around, but as soon as he shut up, like right here, the market just kind of rocketed. So I think the bears that came out, didn't mean to do that. I think the bears that came out are going to have a bit of a bad time when it comes to all this, just because it's just the pattern's continuing. And, as a trader, you got to stick with the trend until you get some sort of idea that that's going to reverse. And we just haven't seen that. Now, I wonder how let's do an IWM. Yeah, that's bouncing as well. QQQ. Oh, extra W there. Yeah, the Qs are really strong. My theory on a lot of this is I bet you there was a big kind of stop run under 380. Right? We had 2 levels of support in that area, and then it broke down this time. I bet you, if you were long the Qs, that would have been a very logical place to have your stop right under that 380, and it broke down and just sold. But the investor FOMO is still there, where everyone just kind of says, oh, we're getting a dip, get in. And I think all this may continue until rates start to raise, right? So zooming in and out of the chart, just hold the control key and then use your scroll wheel. So if you just use your scroll wheel, you're right, it will just zoom left to right. If you just hold your control key and then scroll, it'll zoom in and out. This PPSI, you can see I took some here in, I use the simulated trader on this VPS for a couple things. Don't worry, Max. One is to test new strategies, like that SPY trade. That's a new strategy that I'm playing with. I also took that in my real account, and then I always throw anything in here that I want to watch while I'm on with you guys. But I kind of like the look of this PPSI. I would like to get it more around this 850 area. So I see we're pulling back here, so I may need to take a moment. but just because that was the high here and then it was support here. So if I can get this in this area, I kind of like it. And again, it's got a pretty good strength rating from TI strength. And then just, it's got a history of doing this insanity. So if I can get in there, if maybe we do another insane move, that would be great. But then we can take a look at some of the other scans. So again, this is for everyone, regardless of your level within TI. But we have all of these different. I'll move my face out of the way while I talk about these. But yeah, so we have all of these different scans. These, come back and check these often because more scans will be added. And they'll be updated as well. So like I updated the RSI divergence last night, which is one of my personal favorites. I'm liking it very much for bottom fishing type plays. So just for people who don't know, let's go through, let's find a nice clean one to show you guys. That works, but that's not the best looking. Let's just go with Peloton. Let's go with DraftKings, PKNG. I know that has one, so we'll cheat a bit. But yeah, so an RSI divergence is basically when a stock's making lower lows and the RSI is making higher lows. It can be an early sign that momentum on the downside is starting to slow, right? You wouldn't just buy it immediately, but it can be a sign of, okay, maybe right now the sellers are starting to run out of steam. So if you take that and then you combine it with some other factors like, candlestick analysis or fundamentals or however it is that you like to trade, you can start to get some ideas of when potentially a reversal may be coming, right? So with DraftKings, I'm actually watching this one over this nice kind of hammer candle it put in last week. If it can get over that, I may actually just nibble on some DraftKings for this. It's got cut in third from its highs. Now, I don't think it's ever going to get back. I shouldn't say ever. I don't think it's for a long time it's going to get back to 75, right? I think that was a inflated price. It's now died out, but hell, if I can get it in here and put a stop right here, if I can get up to 40, well, that's triple my risk. What more do I need? So that's one of my favorite. Squeak. That's one of my favorite scanners right now is these RSI divergences for bottom picks, right? So you'll see with all of these, to some respect, it will have price moving lower, and then again, the lower highs in this RSI. So this bark, for example, I'm going to put this one on list and just say, hey, if, maybe we get a sideways move or something and then a push higher, that might be one to watch. Another one I'm looking at is Nerdy and RTY. So yeah, these are all the beauty of these scans is there's nothing you have to do. They're all completely pre-built for you. You just load them up and scan through, and if they meet your trading plan, great. And if they don't, move on. And they'll constantly be built on and expanded and refined and upgraded. So if there's nothing you like there, if there's nothing that meets your plan now, that's fine. Come on back a little later, and there might be something for you. Right, this this nerdy, basically, I'm trying to see if we can get over 350 or 450. I think that's where I'm interested in, and then stop would go under these lows, these all-time lows. Just when something gets killed this much, a little bounce may happen again. I'm never going to bet that the thing gets back to 10, but if it can get to 6, that's a nice little trade. What else we got in here? We got some. So those are more for kind of bottom fishers. Now we've got these gap up fills, which I think are interesting. These are something that Andy really likes and wanted. I keep meaning to give a little more juice to this virtual machine. I just keep forgetting. So when I come on here, things are a little sluggish. So yeah, so what you'll notice a lot with these gap up fills is basically that's pretty self-explanatory, right? It's looking for a fairly large gap on the chart. So you can see this one had a pretty substantial gap. And then it's looking to almost fill and close that gap, which is another way that people actually try to find potential bottoms. If you owned some here, right, and it's one of those things, just price has memory. So say you owned ABUS, whatever this is, at $3, and then it gapped up to 5, and you sold it. When it gets to $3 again, you may say, well, that's, last time it was at $3. I did great. I made that damn near double my money. So maybe I'll buy it again. And just these kind of the memory that people have of price is what makes technical analysis work, right? So AFI, Armstrong Flooring, same kind of thing, right? Nice gap up, came back in, looks like it might be closing the gap here. So, if you could get it around 2, that would be the play for that. So again, all of this stuff completely and utterly taken care of for you. You just got to say, okay, is this a trading plan that I want to pursue? You can do that. Now we have this gap. Another one of these, but this is more for, and let's put on this indicator on the chart. This one is a play that Steve likes, and this is looking for pullbacks, but instead of filling the gap, it's looking to get to the 10 SMA moving average, right? RD, that's a gross looking chart, but this is a great example right here. This is GILT. Whatever news happened beginning of the year, don't know what this was, but went from 7 to 850, and now it's been pulling back, and it's touched right at that moving average, and it's just been kind of holding that really well. So the idea here would be, again, if you like this kind of, that looks like a buyout, but if you like this kind of play where either a moving average catches up to price or price pulls down to a moving average, makes sense. The CNDT looks really interesting. It's got a hammer right at that moving average after a gap. And nice little, these would be more trend continuation kind of plays where, the whatever happened on these gaps, FRO, I have no idea. But whatever happened on this gap, the market likes, and it seems like buyers are coming in even before the gap gets filled on these. 3-line strike. That's another Andy one. So what a 3-line strike is, Neo. And that's interesting. I should ping Andy about that. But yeah, 3-line strike is just a candlestick pattern where you have, I just always think of it as an engulfing candle on steroids. You've got 3 candles down in a row, and then you have one candle that engulfs all three of those candles. So you can see how Neo, we had 1, 2, 3 down in a row, and then this one's engulfed all of that action. SoFi as well, is that in there? Yeah, so 3 kind of sloppy candles down in a row. This one had more, but the last 3 got reversed there. So another kind of reversal play. And then for your intraday guys, you can check out, so this is, let's go time frame and do 2 minutes here. So what this bullish power bar is looking for, just take a second to load here. Let's find one that's nice and clean. There's some cheapies. Find one that's not a cheapie. But yeah, so it's looking for a 2-minute opening bar, and it will always be the opening bar. Go through here. Come on. So yeah, so let's just focus on this bar right here, which is the opening bar. This one right here. This one didn't obviously work like it should, but it's looking for a 2-minute bar that's wider than normal and opened right at its low and then closed right at its high. And that's referred to in technical analysis as a power bar. And basically just saying, hey, right, potentially, in this case it didn't work, but mainly the setup people would take on something like this is, okay, if it continues, if it breaks that bar, that's where I'm going to be interested getting involved for a scalp, knowing that, it basically, the point of it is the market opened and there were buyers, so it wasn't able to push down at all, and it just rocketed higher and then closed right at its high there. So again, for scalpers, it's interesting. I'm more of a swing trader. And then this is one that this breakdown stabilization, there should be a new one added for the reverse of this soon, but this is something that Dan requested, our CEO, and what it's doing is it's looking for stocks that had, let's go back, this one's on the 5-minute-ish, time frame doesn't matter, but basically sold off right off the jump. So that first like 30-minute trading period, that opening period, it sold, and then ever since then it's been basing sideways. And the reason Dan asked for this, let's go to TRV as well. They should all have the same look, right? So sell off the open and then basing sideways is Dan likes to actually buy when they're near these lows and then put a stop right out from under them. And you could see on TRV, even if you waited for this first low to get in, you could have bought some here and got a little scalp, and then bought it again here and got a little scalp, right? It's their, playing range kind of plays, right? And again, it's just the start. We're going to have hundreds of these scans soon, which in my mind, why it's very, very important that everyone comes up with their own trading plan. Because everything I just listed, I rambled on for probably 10, 15 minutes there, has there's valid trading plans and ideas for all of them. But you're not going to be able to trade all of these. And this is where a lot of, especially new traders, get in trouble, is look at all these different things. Let me try to trade all of them. Which one's the best? Which one's blah, blah, blah. And none of that matters. It's which one of these make the most sense to you? Which one do you think you could be doing every day, all day, forever until the day you die kind of thing? Because that's what trading should be, is an incredibly boring endeavor where you just continue to do the same thing forever. Just to make sure that they all make sense to you. But the beauty of it is they're all kind of pre-built, pre-canned scans in which you don't have to do anything, right? They're all kind of built in there for you. Oh, finally some comments. I don't know, I can stop rambling. Bark. What's going on with Bark? Yeah, that was great today. A couple ways to trade the divergence. I wouldn't just buy it right here, right? So if you had gotten it, the divergence, basically the RSI is calculated off of candle lows or candle closes. Sorry, not lows. But BRK. Yeah, I had to give more power to this virtual machine. But right, so you could have said, okay, well, there's a bottoming tail here. Let me see if it breaks that candle's low. That may have been a good one. For me, I see some resistance in through here, so I'm just gonna put this on a watch list. Let's actually just create a price alert right there. If you didn't know, you can right click on a chart anywhere and then create a price alert, and then when it gets to or through that price, it will tell you. But if it chops here for a day or two and then breaks, that might be something I'd be interested in. Zynga, was that bought? Was that a buyout? Yeah, Zynga's a buyout. So I don't know, right? I'm right on that, right? So I don't know if I would play that. Yeah, video game giant Take-Two buys Farmville creator for $12 billion. So I wouldn't spend too much time playing Zynga. Right, Zynga will only move now if one of two things happens, right? If somebody comes out and offers them a higher price, which is certainly possible, or if the buyer pulls out, or the regulatory bodies don't want them to get bought out. Those are the scenarios. And either way, if someone comes and offers them a higher price, it's just going to gap up. If they pull out, it's going to gap down probably right back to $6 or below. So just be careful with that one. Now it's cash and stock, so this thing actually may continue to move with TTWO. Is that Take-Two? Yeah, Take-Two Interactive. So if it's a stock buyout, I don't know. You got to look into the details of the deal or whatever. It will move somewhat with this name, right? This gap down, Zynga gapped up. That's common. If you want to get into the weeds, into the nerdy how markets work, the reason that Zynga will have increased volume, even though it's probably not going to move at all for the next period of time, and same with Take-Two, is you have these, as soon as a buyout gets announced, you have arbitrage bots that get turned on. So large hedge funds and institutions, what they'll do is they'll read the deal and they'll say, okay, you're getting this much cash and this much stock and blah, 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 and yada, yada. So what we want to do is we know that Zynga should be worth this and Take-Two should be worth this. And essentially, if they get out of line at all, right? If, so say the buyout is going to happen on Zynga at $9, right? If it ever gets to, which it looks like it might be, if it ever gets to like $10, well, there's just free money, right? You could just short the shares and then wait for the buyout to finish and just have the shares pulled away, right? That makes sense? And same as if, the reason that these things will trade under, does anyone have a stock that has announced a buyout weeks ago but hasn't been bought out yet, is you can go, there was something that we looked at. It was this one. Let me just see. Because you can, you can eyeball pretty easily when a company's been bought out. And this is a good little trick I'd like to teach. Might help people. It was ARNA, right? Yeah. So I can look at this company and know that it's most likely a buyout without even looking at the news. But yeah, so there it goes. It's a merger. So what will happen is when a company gets bought out, say this is getting bought out, my bet it's probably like $95, $96, is it will trade right under what that price is, and then it will slowly work its way up to that price. The difference between the buyout price of, let's in this example say $95, and where it's trading now, $93, that difference is basically the risk premium of holding the stock until the buyout. So, you can very easily say, hey, with something like ANRA, I could either buy it right now and then wait for the buyout to continue or the buyout to complete and make, almost that guaranteed $1.50. But what I'm doing then is I'm taking the risk of, again, some, as the buyout talks continue, maybe they find something in their books they don't like, or maybe a regulatory comes in and says, hey, I don't want you to buy this company because it will create a monopoly or whatever, right? But there's no point really trading these things because it's not going to move very much in the run of a day. You can do whatever you want. There are people out there, but it's just going to move so little that you're going to have to commit a whole lot of capital to move. So that was a big rant for Rocky, who didn't ask for it at all, but just for the rest of you, right? So when you see a company that is gapped up and just chopped sideways in the super tight range like this, you can almost guarantee that they're buyout stocks, and it's just time to move. How can I set up my scanners to delay until time of day? So on alert windows, because you can only do that with alert windows, but let's just open up a new one. There's just a filter called time, right? So, your best bet, always use the search box, right? So if I want, I'll just type in time and I'll see what happens. So it's time of day and it's minutes after the open. So if we added this filter in and say I didn't want to see anything for the first 30 minutes of the day, you would just go in the min column and type in 30. Right? That's all there is to it. You can cap the back end too if you want, if you wanted it to happen. And then all you have to do is convert that time. So if you had like noon, you just have to say, okay, noon is 2.5 hours after the market opens, and then just crunch that math and then go from there, right? Would you consider letting us, if any of the Market Explorer techniques is finding our names? Maybe in the future. It's not a priority right now. I get some people have a specific list of things they want to trade, but why would you care if any of them are being alerted, right? It's looking for like technical patterns, right? So if you want to know if a 3-line strike, for example, is being alerted in your symbol list, you can just use your symbol list for that. So again, maybe down the road, but when it comes to priorities, that's going to be a little bit lower than getting more scans in there. Just because the power of trade ideas isn't watching a symbol list for you. It's to, it's to find new names that meet your meet your trading plan, right? And I don't think any of the, putting it on for all of them would make sense, because some of them are long and some of them are short and some of them are day and some of them are swing. And, you just wouldn't want to, it would just spam you, right? Especially once we have hundreds of them in there. Right? So just pick one or two that meet your written and tested trading plan. And I cannot say this enough, and I know people get bored of hearing me say it. If you don't have a trading plan, you're gambling, and at some point you're going to lose money in the market. So stop what you're doing. Sell everything you own. Make a trading plan, then come back. What's a maximum period I would keep a stock if it does not hit your stop loss? Generally, just a few days. It depends on the play, right? For sure. Depends on, so like my revision to the mean trading setups, if they don't get to a stop loss or start moving in my direction within a few days, I'm usually out. If it's more of a trend following setup, I'll give those more time to work, right? So each one is kind of built into a trading plan in and of itself, right? So you can go through and you can just trying to find like PPSI, for example, right? This is in a base. My hope is that it breaks the base to the upside. This one I'd be more inclined to keep for a few days. If I'm buying something as a revision to the mean thing, just because I'm trading counter to the trend, I want that to work relatively quickly. So you have to take each setup on its own merits. And then also, what's the market doing? So, for example, on PPSI, say it stays right here for 3 days, but for those 3 days, the market was getting hammered. Well, then this thing's outperforming the market, right? So then I'd be more inclined to keep it. Whereas if the market's rocketing and this thing's just chopping sideways for a few days, I'd be more likely to get rid of it because it's dramatically underperforming the market. So it has a lot to do with, all the nuances when it comes to, and then again, the reason a trading plan is so important is because if your trading plan doesn't have all these factors in it, you can go, it helps to make sure all those things are kind of taken care of. Get example of trading plans. I'll link you to our free trading course that we have at Trade Ideas again. The last handful of lessons are me. So this trading course is me and my wife when we were in lockdown, just kind of teaching her the basics of trading. So technical analysis, statistical analysis, fundamental analysis, all of that. Trying to figure out what all that stuff has. Sorry, lost my train of thought. I looked at something else. But yeah, it's all of it. It's 39 lessons long. There's every kind of aspect of trading in there. At the end, I talk about building a trading plan and a trading checklist. And cannot stress enough that the people that I see ask me questions like about tweaking a plan or about, that question of how long would I hold a stock when it doesn't hit a stop loss. That to me sounds like a question of somebody who has a trading plan, they know what they're after, and they're looking to kind of tweak a parameter inside their trading plan. Those are really, really good questions, and those to me kind of signify people who are going to do well in the market. The people who say, hey, I want to scan that will tell me when to buy something, that are someone who doesn't have a trading plan or is not building one. Those worry me a little bit more because it's, or the worst ones, I guess, to go to the extreme are, should I buy X, right? It's like you're focused on the wrong thing because regardless of what happens with that one name, that doesn't matter. What matters is things like the next 1,000 trades is what I always say, right? Every time I take a loss, it's okay, the next 1,000 trades, because hopefully if you're going to be a trader, you're going to make thousands of trades throughout your career. So each individual trade is therefore irrelevant. So you need to go through and say, hey, what's the, what does this trade shouldn't matter? What about the next 1,000, right? Have I learned something, or, have I added an addition to my plan so that the next 1,000 trades are a little bit better, right? Which just means net, right? Of those 1,000 trades, if you're the best trader in the world, you're going to lose 300 to 400 of those next 1,000 trades. Your goal is, in the long run, obviously, to have those net better than they are worse, kind of thing. So I would check out there. And again, a trading plan should simply be, think of yourself kind of like a computer. And I always say, think about it as if you're explaining it to someone who hasn't traded before. So when I started to trade on the prop firm, one of the exercises that the office manager would do is he'd walk up behind someone who got in a position and say, okay, why are you in that? Right? So say I was in PPSI, I'd say, why are you in that? And if you couldn't explain to him in like a line or two, a sentence or two, why you were in that stock, he would kick you back onto the simulator, right? You'd have to say, well, I like the base on the daily chart. It looks like it's breaking out of that base. I'm going to take a shot on it here. If it breaks back into the base, I'm out. He'd go, okay, good trade. And he'd walk on, regardless whether or not it was a good outcome. But that was a plan. It was a strong stock. It put in a base. It looks like it's going to break out. Okay, it's a base break play. Not rocket science. It doesn't have to be fancy. It's just, that's my plan. If you go, well, I don't know, I was hearing on TV, someone said I had this scan here and it popped up in the scan and it looked good, he'd say, get the hell out of here. You're not trading with my money today. Go back on the sim, develop a plan, show it to me when you're done, and you can start trading my money again. Again, it's the same with anything, right? If I always look at it, if you were going to open up any other kind of business, you would have a business plan. If you're going to open up a quickie mark down the road, you'd go, okay, here's going to be the average markup. Here's why I think the location's good. Here's how much I'm going to have to pay employees. You'd have all this written out. So think of your trading plan the same way. It's just your business plan. When are you going to commit capital to the market? When are you wrong? When are you right? Right? What do you do in all these scenarios, right? I am going to be a pullback trader. I'm going to find stocks from TI strength that are in an uptrend. I am going to wait for them to pull back to the 20-day moving average. If they start to bounce off the 20-day moving average, I will buy them. If it closes below the 20-day moving average, I will exit out of my position. That's a very basic trading plan. And then from there, you write that down, you do that over and over again, you record every trade you make, and then you make tweaks and adjustments as things go on, right? You study the symbols that work, and you try to find more of those, and you study the symbols that don't work, and you try to figure out why not, and just keep pushing yourself in that direction, right? That's the ticket, in my opinion, and based off of, every profitable trader I've ever met has some sort of this is why I do things. So I am just pinging back Barry to see if he is done hanging about. It was good chatting with you guys. Again, there is someone here every day around this time. So if you have any questions that didn't get answered or any questions that come up, then certainly feel free to come by and ask. I am on every Tuesday, most Tuesdays, right? If I don't have anything else on the go. So if you want to hear me ramble on more, then it's Tuesdays at this time. Oh, I see Barry typing. All right, he is back. So you guys will switch back to him. If there's ever any issue switching back, just hit refresh and then hit live on the bottom, and you guys should be good to go. So I'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys, this curve is, yeah, again, it's somewhat interesting the way it's just kind of hanging around this area. But like everything else, look at the volume. The volume has just been dropping off, 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 off. If we get some volume and popping it through, this could go on another run. Boy, this MOLN, guys, this is on a mission. I mean, it's an all-time high. Um, this is what I wanted it. This is what I wanted it to do yesterday, and it just didn't do it. It just sort of did really nothing. I mean, it had the nice pop, but then it didn't really do anything after that. But look at this. Look at this expanding daily candle right here. It doesn't trade very much. I mean, that's the issue. I mean, look, 374,000 shares. Yesterday probably did about maybe 700,000 shares. It's a low float, 20 million in the float, which contributes, to the fact that the spread for this price of a stock with that low of a float can be a little bit shaky. Like right now, it's about 30 cents, 32 cents. AMC, what, they had news actually? AMC had news? AMC Theaters on Demand is now available on Apple TV. Is that the news? Well, I mean, they obviously have, several divisions, one being, their streaming division, but I mean, hey, listen, you make it available on Apple TV and other devices, what happens to the physical, all their buildings that they've got? People want to go see movies. I mean, this is just, people for 2 years now, I mean, I don't know what the movie numbers are now, but we're getting used to not going to the movies and seeing things relatively quickly now on any of the streaming services. I mean, there are some movies, of course, I think that always lend themselves to the big screen, but the majority of them not really, in my opinion. In my opinion. But you get used to something, and getting you. I mean, 2 years. We're 2 years in March. We're 2 years into this. Yeah, and obviously the shopping online has been gaining speed for several years, but let's face it, in the last 2 years, it has grown astronomically. Are people going to? I mean, I still think there's I'm always going to go to Best Buy. I got to see that TV. I got to see the computer. I'm not going to just order things like that online unless I absolutely knew what I wanted. But I mean, let's face it, ordering online is not going to go away. Pick, P-I-K, yes, just got halted. On the way up, Kid Pick, all right? What do they do? Yeah, selling all the things that a lot of kids just don't need, but hey, put the pressure on the parents to buy them. Low flow too. Look at this, 1 million in the float. So I mean, guys, this has got some. As Zach is saying, it's a Zach Morris, no relation. Pump here, and look at where this thing could open. So I mean, the next high is looking left is around 670 or so. So right now it's halted at 506. So we're getting a projected potential open around the 530 mark. You can see that right here. Excuse me, this is Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? The reason I have to keep repeating that is because instead of people asking me in the room, somehow they find my email address and say, where'd you get that? Where in trade ideas is that blue box you show every now and then? This is Interactive Brokers, Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something very similar, I'm sure. But this can kind of give a bit of a clue where it may open. It doesn't have to hold, of course. Now, if you were in this one, of course, what you'd want to see is a number above 506, which is what we're seeing here. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 111 plus 20 seconds. Ah, you're making me look at that ISIG. Yeah. Well, the ESSC, let's take a look. I know it's at around 14, I think, 14 or so. Yeah, $14. Next high looking left is 15. And that's a miserable spread. This is what I'm talking about. You guys wondering what I'm talking about. Look at that, 1401, 1432. All right, let's get a pick chart up as this gets closer to coming out of its halt. A little over a minute to go, if it's a 5-minute halt. And we're starting to see, stacking up still around this 530, 540 area. Of course, that doesn't mean that's where it's going to open necessarily. You see how it flips around here. All right, guys, we got about 30 seconds. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it's going to be with 30 seconds, 20 seconds, stacking up to be at least 535 on this open, 537. You see how it flips around or changes? Not flips around, changes. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're open. Fast and furious trading. I mean, it wasn't trading very much before. Wow, you see, look, I mean, look at the volume. Look at the volume increase. I'd be extremely surprised if it gets through this 650 mark. Zach, do you ever feel like you're talking to yourself sometimes? Even though different spelling, I get. Hello, Allie. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, look at this Q fin. This Q fin is, I didn't see this today at all. Had a little pop in the pre-market, not sorry, when the market opened, but it's been steadily moving down. And if you look left, 1890, 1763 on the month. So this has got a little bit of room to keep sliding. Maybe some decent support right here though. Otherwise, this would be a very interesting looking short if it settled down. Yeah, Ali, go ahead. If I can answer it, I will. If I can't, I'll direct you to somebody who can. Little Bitcoin play, guys. BTBT. Bitcoin is having a decent day, I guess. Well, it depends what you mean by a crossover. I mean, this is what we have. If you don't see it here, then we don't have it. Okay, Ali? So if I type in cross, okay, so these are so we've got the cross above the open, above the close, crossed above the 200-day, the 50, the 20, the VWAP. Some of these require some confirmation, but these are the crosses that we have. So depends on what you're talking about, a crossover strategy. I mean, there's a lot of different crosses. So what one specifically? We have SMA crossovers on periods. Okay. But depends, your question was a notify crossover strategy. So it's a little too broad. So we don't have EMA at all, number one, okay? As crazy as it sounds. So we don't have EMAs, we just have SMAs. And we don't have an alert. If you're looking for, like on a daily chart, SMA 20 crossing over the SMA 200, we don't have an alert. You can create a custom formula that shows, that they're close, but we don't have an alert. ACCD, guys, ACCD. I just mentioned this one probably about 10-15 minutes ago. It's starting to crawl up here. The original alert in the option scanner was at 2469. Now, it didn't really, well, it got up to 2504, but didn't last very long. So let's just see if it gets up at 2469 again and tries to run from there. Yeah, sorry, Ali. I couldn't be more positive in my response. guys, so things have really slowed down for me. I'm not getting any new alerts, which means nothing is making a new high or a new low with my filter requirements in place. Here is a stock that is near its all-time low. Another disastrous IPO, Singular Genomics. Look at this. I mean, IPO'd, well, the day of, or the month of anyway, hit a high of 32, 8.5 now. And we're talking what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But 8 months, 32 to 8. Man, what a year it's been for IPOs and the SPACs, etc. All right, guys, the ACCD. The ACCD. Big topping tail now, but this might get it running. Look at the volume that came in. You can sort of see the volume in the 5-minute chart. What time is it? 1:19. So this is going to close in about 30 seconds, that volume bar. But, decent volume right there on the 2. You can see how it increased. And meanwhile, yeah, the market, everything's up now. Let's take a look at the sectors. I'll bet you the sectors are going to look a lot different right now than when we last looked at about 2 hours ago. So energy, right back up. Excuse me. So if if you were trying to play an energy stock today, more than likely you would have done okay. The last time we looked, it had lost some, but now they're 100% are up. Look at tech. I mean, tech at one point, I think 10 minutes before the market opened, I think this was about, only 10% of them or 20% of them are up for the day. Up from yesterday's close. When we were looking at this in the pre-market. Now look, 80%. Financials are still kind of 60-40. Healthcare the same, 60-40. But the big switch has been, of course, in technology. The tech ETF XLK. Big rebound. All right, why do I have Zuo here on a price alert? Getting out of all this. So what's the next high looking left? Actually, so I've got the 200-day moving average, 1758 is above it. Now that's far enough away, and then the next high is around 18. That's far enough away. But I'd probably put that price alert in, I don't know exactly when. I guess to take out this area right there. Hey, and a little market pop also. The 15-minute chart right there, little market move out of this area. Gotta make sure my sound toggle. I keep thinking my sound toggle is off. I've turned my sounds off, but nope. Just getting no new alerts. I see Zynga is showing up in the option scanner, but you know Zynga is a buyout. Though there are some wondering, will they get a competitive offer from somebody else? I think it's Take Two who has made the offer. So this is I think this was an unsolicited offer by Take Two, which fell on hard times on it. Look at this. I mean, you know, this is the reaction to Take Two wanting to buy Zynga. This was yesterday. So yes, it is bounced up $4 today, but you know it's still down from the 160 odd that it was 2 days ago on when it closed on Friday. Yeah, Terry. Obviously, it depends on the filters you've got. I've got some pretty tough filters in place. Aha, NKLA I see is starting to run a bit. Some volume came into NKLA. I guess the market doesn't care that SBAV is going to be in Walmart stores in Florida or greater Florida, whatever that meant, in Florida. ACCD did not hold. Kind of hoping that it would hold. A choppy action today, guys. For me, anyway. Kind of hoping it would hold in this area, build a base, and then start to move. It just didn't do it. Yeah, Shake Shack sort of pre-released, we'll call it, preliminary results. They don't have their official earnings release is the 24th of February, but they decided to say, hey, you know what? We think we're going to do pretty good, pretty well. Upside Q4 guidance. Yeah, it really didn't fall too much. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit when I answer a couple of things. Just a minute, please. Look at BHC on the move here too, guys. Volume coming into BHC. All I'm doing, I'm just really just looking at my, you know, when I get into a slow period, I start looking at this thing, my moving up, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Okay, that's my compare count window. Filters aren't too tough in that one. That's why I get probably alerts all day long. But BHC, yeah, I mean BHC is on the move here. Sorry guys, I cannot use this today. Probably if I did a reload, this might start working, but there's something gone haywire in the simulator. Kramer again. Well, I mean this is really moving. What was yesterday's high? It's probably right at yesterday's high, 2704. The next high after that is 2723 and then 2743. So it's got a bunch of areas to try to get through, but the volume is really picking up. This is the biggest 15-minute volume bar for the day. So this is what Real is talking about. I guess I'm going to just put, I don't have a 30-minute chart up, but so there's the ADMA on the 30-minute chart. So I guess what he's saying is it pulled back and then it just kept going lower. Can't remember. MRIN. Somebody asked did I trade that the other day. Sounds familiar. I mean, I know Marin. No, I don't think so. Traded it in the past, but not. I don't think the other day. BHC guys is really ripping here. You would think this could get right for a short soon. Tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, almost 5 million. Look at the volume coming in. And this is what Zach is This is what Zach is talking about. Jim Cramer's investment club buys stock. Okay. Okay, BHC is showing up on your scan now. I know you know that, Zach. BHC is showing up on your scan. All right, well, the next high looking left is 27.43, and then we've got 28. So, but the volume, I mean, until that volume decreases. Okay, so Elijah, signing up for a one-on-one. Now that's sort of the last resort. It's not that we don't want you, but we'd rather you don't have to spend your money until you've exhausted all the free resources. So it's not a matter of you sure you want one-on-one? Well, there it went, guys. There it went. Anybody take that? I took a little, not a lot, but there it went. And this is what we're talking about, the topping plays. Okay, 27.19, 27.27. I looked left. I thought, okay, where could it stall? And in the 40s, it looked like it could stall, and it did. Now, for how long? I don't know. Okay, the only thing, Elijah, is when you say an hour to ask your dumb questions, okay, you have to have, the questions. It can't be, okay, how do I use trade ideas? As, you're going to have some pretty specific questions. The other thing is, I mean, I'm here too. You can ask me questions. Don't be shy. Also, between 3:30 and 4:30 in that YouTube room, Chris is there Monday to Friday. You can ask him questions. And between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room, you can ask questions. So, you might, if it's, it depends on the types of questions they are, but some of them could be quite easily answered maybe. Yeah, but ask him questions, Elijah. I mean, not just a matter of watching. It's free flow for him. I mean, he gets there, and the more questions you ask him, the happier he'll be. Believe me. Okay, because it's not like he has a set agenda that I have to do this every day, like 1 hour. It's if it was as full of people asking him questions, he'd love it. Have you at least taken a look at the 20 lessons? Just going over what top lists are, alert windows are, how to create them, all the basic features. Have you taken a look at that at least? Otherwise, you've got to do at least that, okay? Like any other software program, there is a little learning curve, all right? So I'll pop my homepage in there. And when you click on the link, you'll be brought to this page, okay? And here's the education section here. And then the 20 introductory, it's really quick, okay? It's very, very quick to do. You know, what's a top list? What's an alert window? How to create them. Otherwise, your 1 hour, if you paid an hour, if you didn't do that, you really wouldn't even know what questions to ask. Aha! First one of the day, Zach. Now, is it something we really want though? HASH. First one of the day for me anyway on your for your bounce plays. See, the low of 2 days ago, the low was 232. Now, this had the big pop. I do remember this now. This had the big pop the day that I think it was Papa John said they were going to open about 1,300 stores in China. So this is a little China real estate company. So, you know, rumor got pumped a little bit saying, hey, they might be able to take advantage of that. So that's why this popped up that day. And it held. I mean, there was no sell-off until today. Yep, February 14th. You can sign up for it right here. Basically, what you're doing is you're just saying, hey, let me know exactly when it is and what are the steps I need to do to sign up for it. Okay, that's what that test drive link is all about. To get notified the next test drive, okay? I'm almost 100% sure it's going to be February 14th, which is a Monday, and it'll go for 10 days. 10 trading days, 2 weeks, 10 trading days. It'll cost that, last time it was $11.11. I think it's going to be the same. I don't know, but it is cascading its way down here. HGH, you know, HGSH. Wow, now I mean it's below that low of the day it popped. I have to admit, I find it more difficult to play the bounces than the tops. Hey, today is Tuesday, so today is a marketing meeting, so I'll be in that at 2 o'clock. This is scary. This one is scary. I mean, you're right. It could be an offering. I mean, it's just being thumped down, guys. I mean, it's coming into the 200-day moving average at 209. It's coming right into that 200-day. Keep looking to see if there's any sort of news on this. Certainly not going to be here. Anybody getting a whiff of the news for this HGSH? I mean, it's a low float. It's China, low float, but I mean that's a little it's a little overdone. I mean, from 328 down to a 2, just like that. Right. I mean, it's sitting right now on that 200-day. Man, look at this now. Down through 2. Yeah, so Ken, yeah, the annual is an upfront payment, but we do have a monthly plan too. But the annual is is an upfront payment for the year, but we do have a monthly plan. So, for instance, if you go to my home page, whoops, that's the wrong one, but that's okay. I'll just all right, so if you go to my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So at the top here, and there's a promo code right now, MLK20 for 20% off. So when you click on Get Trade Ideas, yeah, if you take out an annual subscription, it's up front. So it's $22.68 a year minus the 20% for premium, $10.68 a year minus the 20% for standard. But you don't have to take an annual, or you can go month to month if you want. You can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. Okay? Well, the scanner can be used for anything. It's it's whether or not you want to swing. I mean, I'm more of a day trader, but I mean, if you want to swing trade, you go ahead. I mean, if you, for instance, I mean, this is showing up on the scanner all day, right? MOLN as an example, okay? So you look at MOLN, you read the news, it seemed pretty good. It's an all-time high. There's no resistance. If it meets, I always say it like this, if it meets your trading plan that you're comfortable, because you're going to have to put a stop somewhere, you could, even though this is showing up, in a day basis on my scans because it's making new highs. I mean, if this closed well and you felt comfortable swinging it, you could go ahead, as an example. I mean, anything can be a swing trade. It all depends on, for me, a swing trade for me personally, if I'm going to swing something, it has to have a lot of room to move still. So in other words, I'm always looking at the higher time frames, the daily, the weekly, and the monthly, to see, okay, if it closes well at the end of the day, closes well, meaning it closes near the high, it doesn't have to be right to the penny, but closing near the high of the day, so that there's, still excitement about it. It hasn't, and I'm just using this as an example, okay? But imagine if it's sold off. It could still be up for the day, but it's sold off. Not quite as exciting as if it held the gains at the end of the day. And then people can look at that and go, wow, okay. Then you start looking left, well, it's an all-time high. There's nothing stopping it in theory. I mean, that's an exaggerated one. But, to me, swing trading, day trading, it's a frame of mind more than anything. I mean, we do have a swing trade channel, but those are stocks looking for stocks that are kind of bouncing off the lows and maybe climbing back. No country filter, nope. Country flags, but no country filter. And before you say why not, or it's been asked, it's somewhere in a queue. As long as you have some kind of a plan for swing trading. I mean, I'm not a big swing trader, first to say that. I find it very difficult. You look in retrospect, some things you think, man, I wish I had swung that one. Yeah, you're going to see situations like that all over the place. But I find it difficult. But that is, that's because I have a certain style of trading which is not really that conducive to, or it's more of a mindset. I think it's more of a mindset. I just like going to bed at night not having to worry about anything overnight. Swing trading requires, of course, you still have to have a stop somewhere if it's not going to work. Typically, when you're swing trading, your stop is going to be a lot bigger than if you're day trading. So consequently, you're probably taking fewer shares, wider stop. You just have to click, okay, it's a toggle, Ken, right? It's a toggle. There's annual, and it's a toggle. If you click on my home page, so when you click on my home page, this is what you should see. Then you click on Get Trade Ideas, and then choose your plan. You see it's a toggle. There's annual. Just click on the monthly. Okay. Ah. Guys, ACCD is making the move. Problem is, will it stay making the move? Here's another example. Here's a stock, obviously, that is crawling off the bottom, has earnings today. It's done very well, on earnings, 29%. It's crawling off the bottom. If you thought that maybe, the bottom was put in, closes well, you could make up your mind whether or not you thought, yeah, that could be an interesting swing. I mean, look where it came from. This is not a suggestion by any stretch. But these are the things, in my opinion, even though this came as a so-called day trade alert, you look at it and say, boy, what if this kept, could take out that high and then keep going? What if? The big thing is, where would you put your stop? The bottom of today, 21.49, $3 away. That's not the worst, but that would mean if you, for my way of thinking, if you're going to put a $3 stop on something, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making 6 on it. In other words, a 1 for 2. If you don't have, in my opinion anyway, if you don't have a reasonable expectation, then you're not going to risk $3 to make $1. Now when I look at this, I go, I wonder if this could block it, 27. That's $3 away. So if I put a $3 stop, maybe I can get 3 out of it. More, of course, if it takes this out. All right, guys, I'm going to get into this marketing baiting, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, took my first bounce play from Zach Scan. I've not taken any trades from that. Not felt comfortable, and but the MCMJ, while I was in the come on, sorry, there we are. Yeah, so we had that alert at about 8:16, and I think I posted in the room that this might be ready for a bounce. And it wasn't incredible, but 20 cents or so, not bad. I was actually looking at that HGSH. Is this bounce? Sort of. You know, I mean, there's an argument to be made that if it can take out this area here around 220, maybe. I mean, I still don't see any specific news on it that caused this extreme sell-off. Oh, that may or may not have been me. And I see that BHC, man, I mean, yeah, a little scalp short on this thing, but this is still pretty darn strong. It was starting to, there's a 3-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart. All right, guys. So we're getting close to the end where I get off the mic, and the room will be open till 3:30. Don't forget, Chris will be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I do go mute, we do have the 20% off special right now. So there is my homepage link, and again, there's the promo code. When you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Okay, and here it is, MLK 20 for 20% off, first month only, or the entire year. So you do have a choice between an annual, this is just a toggle, annual, monthly, okay? And again, on the monthly, you get the 20% off the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. And of course, we've got the trade of the week. This is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon every day, free. And all the education. We have the very comprehensive user guide now. This is this is the forum in terms of segments. But we also have a full table of contents, which every now and then I can't see over here, but it is searchable, okay? If you're new to Trade Ideas, though, take the 20 introductory lessons. What is a top list? Build a top list. What's an alert window? Creating an alert window. All the way down to the AI, Holly, and Brokerage Plus, this window you see here. And support session. So again, I take my break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And then, of course, Monday to Friday, Chris is live between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, looking for a refresher, or maybe even a new take, nice little video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Okay, I mean, it literally starts off with what is a stock. So a lot of information, my home page, including, of course, my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Pre-market acts as up and down and gap up and down shared. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. I almost guarantee that sometimes you guys, you send an email saying, how come I didn't see this stock? Or how come I didn't see that stock? I can almost guarantee you'll see every stock in mine, okay? It might be a filter you're using. I mean, I'm not trying to say mine is the be all and the end all. It's just that you might be using a filter that is blocking it, okay? So the 20, okay, so Ibrahim, if you take a look at my homepage, click on the homepage link. A moment here. Okay, so when you get to my homepage, there's an education section. You just click here. And then the 20 introductory lessons. And you click there, and then you're good to go. Okay? So again, click on my homepage link that I put in. You should see it right above your name or right above the post. Okay, good. So as I say, save my link. Then you can take a look at all the education and my scans anytime you want. If you save my link. Yeah, take it off topic, please. TV. Yeah, that's all we have, the off topic tab. This is just for specific stocks. Yeah, man, oh man, when I was in that marketing meeting, I saw that Vine, well, actually, I guess Vine got halted early. It didn't come back until I was in that marketing meeting. It looks like that was about a 30-minute halt. All right. How much further can this go? This is a SPAC, so I was surprised to see it thump down way below that $10 mark. You didn't? Haven't seen Sava for a while. That's pretty funny, Mr. Oh, God. Just some idiot in our YouTube room, sorry. Excuse me. Big pop for that ESSC too, guys. I just know it because I have it thumbnailed. No other reason. Just in case it does the crazy, maybe tomorrow or someday, it gets back up to that 26 level. Breaks out of here sometime. I mean I mean it's just a trader. I mean that's all. That's all it is. If somebody's going to say, well, why is it moving? There's probably. I mean, I know they're a SPAC. I know they've. I think they've determined who they're going to. Who they're trying to acquire. I think. Okay, so do you know how to create a watch list? Number one, in Trade Ideas, we call it a symbol list. Do you know how to do it? Because you can do something like this. For instance, if you wanted FTI in a specific symbol list, you could right click and you see where it says send and then symbol list. Okay, well let me give you a video I did a while ago. I think it's still relevant. Creating a symbol list, that's what it's called. You can watch that and that'll show you how you create a watch list. Okay, so you have to know how to do that first, and then you can do things like this. Though you can copy, the whole everything and send to a specific symbol list. If you've created them, you just send it to wherever you want. Things like that. So again, if you saw this as this is a watch list already with a symbol list in it. But if for some reason you wanted the 10-day daily breakout and you said, you know what, I want to track this in a different way all day long in my watch list. The other way you can do things on the fly is the heart. Okay, when you heart something, it goes into your my liked watch list. Don't talk about it that much, but it goes into your my liked watch list, which is accessible, well, a few ways, but the dock channel bar, and I believe it is stocks I like. It's called stocks I like. Okay, I don't think I've got any. I guess I do. For whatever reason, I must have just done this for. Okay. So when you click on a heart, it goes into and it's automatically created. That symbol is called My Light is created by ourselves. It automatically goes into that symbol list. All right, guys, 2:52. So again, in about 8 minutes, I'm going to go on mute. I'll be in the room, but I'll be on mute. I'll hop on the mic if it's necessary. I'll put the YouTube link in if you do want to. Well, I'll put it in just before I close the room down, just around 3:30. So you can head over to YouTube if you want. If you haven't had enough of trading, We're asking questions about trade ideas. Chris will be there. He's there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern Time. Actually, a pretty big volume coming into PHUN. Look at the volume increase on the 15-minute chart. You can just, it's I mean, you don't think volume is important. I mean, just look at the volume increase, look at the price increase. I mean, is it always exactly like that? Of course not. But man, oh man, I mean, it's without volume, you're not going to get the big rips. Now this next high is 298. Then after that, it is 318. So might struggle a little bit to get through this area. I mean, look at this daily. Look at all the action right there, around just over 3, right here. I didn't mind this one. This from your scan, Zach. The only issue I had, because I look at these for more than just scalps. So to me, it looked like there was a ton of support right around 3070. I mean, just look at that 15-minute chart. So to get 30 cents out of it, I mean, I just didn't think it was worth it. Yeah, on the fiber, FYBR. So it took out 31, but I just look here and it's only 20 cents away, 25 cents away. To me, it looks like there's a lot of support. Meanwhile, MCMJ continues to just inch its way up. That's me. I mean, you might have a different take on it, of course, but as opposed to this one, I mean, this one looked delicious. Look at the MCMJ breaking out over that right here at 820 mark. So the first area that I saw might have been around 850. That wouldn't have been too bad. But then you look up here and you've got 882. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it just looked like it had a lot more room to move on a percentage basis. A long time ago. Now back in this area here. Not recent. Oh, are you seeing right here? No, I did not take it there. One trade during the marketing meeting was enough. Look at the SPY, guys. That's a pretty big base here, and now it's still popping. We've had a great recovery day in the SPY. Everything's up. Everything's happy again. toughest trader for me today has been trying to get into this ACCD. I just never could get it. Just too many chops up and down. I mean, it looks a lot better, you know, when you shrink this up on the 15-minute chart. Looks like it's been basing quite nicely. But for me, it was just, and it's an earnings play. Yeah, those are pretty ugly dumping tails right now for the DWAC, DWAC. If you're on the 15-minute chart, buyers have been trying, sellers have been knocking it down somewhat. Look at the volume that came in. All right, guys, it is now basically 3 o'clock. So what I'm going to do, just put my announcement in. So just around 3:30, I'll come into the room and I'll also pop the YouTube link in if you want to head over there between 3:30 and 4 between 3:30 and 4:30 with Chris. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Again, if there's a question, you know, you can ask the question. If I can answer it text-wise, I will. Otherwise, I will hop onto the mic.
looks like we had a smooth video transition with Barry. Let's see if we get the smooth audio, and then I'm sure it'll kick everybody out. And anybody that wants to come back, just come back and refresh the page, please. Alright, so audio's good, video's good for now. 3:30, Chris Varley here for Trade Ideas Late Day Live Q&A. Do this every day at 3:30. If you are new, open forum, you come with your questions. Hopefully I have the answers to those. If not, we're going to generate an email ticket together and get you those answers ASAP. I don't come with anything pre-done for content here, so I really try to make the focus of this on you folks. Let you drive the content with your questions. Empower, how are you? Happy Tuesday. Again, it seems to be a few minutes into the stream always. A good portion of people get kicked from the stream. So, I'm sorry I continue to work on it on my end, why it seems to be only me. But come back, please, if you get kicked. I like the company. So, alright, the kicking already begins because it already threw me out of the stream that I was watching it on. So, alright, anyways. Hopefully you all will come back as it boots every one of you. We're doing well over here today. Today's one of those lucky days where you could pick Scrabble pieces out of a bag and that stock is going to go up. Is NASDAQ recovering? Recovering from what? I mean, it's a pretty solid bull market on the NASDAQ. I mean, what was it, 3% pullback, 4% pullback from all-time highs, something like that? I mean, I don't know, man. There ain't a whole lot to recover from on that. So, I mean, it's been a long time since we've had anything real major. I mean, you get these little down draws here, but I mean, this is right in line with all that, right in line with this. I mean, I'm sorry for anybody that has long positions and whatever else, and I have things too or whatever, but I mean, if the NASDAQ came down and tested this level here, that would be nice. But I mean, aside from this small pullback, yeah, I mean, I suppose the Nasdaq's recovering from that little pullback. But welcome Walter and welcome to you Todd as well. Hello, happy Tuesday. Energy is the theme of today. I'll tell you what, I was real bullish on it last winter. Spring it was okay, and the summer it kind of held, and then it dipped in the fall, and I mean XOP just back on fire over 100 again. I said, for people that have been hanging out with me, I said when we dip below 100 here, I said if we can reclaim 100, look out. I talk with a lot of people that are in oil and gas in this country. Part of kind of a small Twitter community called EFT Energy Financial Twitter, and these guys, they got their ear to the ground. They took their lickings for a few years, and Paul Sankey, really great analyst. I don't pay much attention to news at all, but these guys have been nailing what's going to happen, and I'm listening to them, that's for sure. So really good looking stuff here on the XOP. The XLE, that was playing catch up for most of the day to the XOP. And but the charts look very similar. So anyways, if you weren't positioned on energy, I'm not saying go chase it, but I'd be keeping my eye on energy for now. I think the world is finally figuring out that while alternative energies are certainly a great place to start looking and continuing to innovate, they're not going to power the world. Todd, I don't trade options at all. Also, I'm not licensed to give financial advice in a sense like that. So I'm sorry, but I don't have any option on or any opinion on anything option wise. I strictly trade stocks at the moment. And my answer to you, regardless of any of that, would be the same to anybody else. Whatever your plan is before you enter that trade, follow it. It is the biggest thing on the planet. It is what turned me from a losing trader to a semi-successful trader, I'll call it. Was having a plan. Before I enter a trade, I know where my stop is. I know while I have a target, that doesn't mean the target rules my exit, but my stop does rule my downside exit. My target, is my R to R, my reward to risk. I always like to have a high reward to risk ratio. So I would suggest having things like that. But that's all I could ask. That's all I could really comment there. Let me see. I was going to drop this in and see if someone else has a comment here. I put it into our trader thread here and see if someone else that maybe does a little does some options trading has some thoughts or any kind of insights into any of that. Like I said, none of us are licensed. Those of us that were once upon a time licensed have let those lapse. We just manage our own accounts. So we're not allowed to say buy this, sell this, hold this, or anything like that. So let's see, Buck Wild's talking about DWAC and fun again. Take a look here. So, alright, we're getting a little bit of lift off here on these guys. So, the wackiness that happened, revision to the mean, we've kind of held this as a big area to hold, and we're starting to pull up here. Now, what I would say on this here is I'd like to try to look at things more in a couple of day time frame. How many bag holders are sitting up here? And the second they have the chance to dump their stock on the price moving up, you better believe they're going to do it. Now it's a hefty bag to be holding way up here to down here. So, I don't know how many people are holding up here, but my point being is there's supply here. When does this supply start to get outweighed by the demand going here? And that's my thoughts there. But, this is one of those ones you got to be nimble. Look, you're at 62-ish right here. Pop probably over 66 there. You got a huge trading range. It's a great trading vehicle. If you're an intraday trader in this sense, this is an absolutely fantastic trading vehicle. If you again, have your defined stops, your risks, whatever your plan is, whatever it is that whatever it is that helps you make those signal calls. If it's an RSI or if it's an SMA or whatever it is. So I see the questions coming in. So let's see. Energy never lost. Yeah, there's energy plays that have definitely taken their lickings over the years and stuff like that, but there's certain truisms for energy that just continue to last the tail of time for now. Let's see, how do you calculate a good risk to reward? So essentially, it's going to be what your eyes see on the charts. One person, Elijah, might say, okay, well. There's my reward, and another person and they'll say that's my risk, and I feel like that's a good risk to reward based on where we are right now on a ratio. The way up is higher than the way down for what I'm putting my stop. Everybody's going to look at charts differently in that sense. So give you, let's see if I can find a chart not so crazy looking like this. MGY, it's something I was interested in. I didn't take the trade today. Obviously I wish I did, but it is what it is. So if we zoom in here, I'm already bullish energy as it is. So it's already in an area I like with natural gas especially. And I would say to myself, me looking at this chart personally right now, I'm looking at this level right there. And I think to myself, that's kind of a good stop area, all right? And I'm looking at this recent high, which is also its lifetime high too, as what my reward would be. Now I'm also going to notice that we've struggled around this price range right here too. But knowing that this is my defined risk and this is where I'm looking for my reward, early in the day, because we started the price down here, obviously, we're not up here for, in my beginning of the day thinking, I like that risk to reward setup. However, if I see the price struggle up here, you better believe I'm exiting some or all of that position. And so my R to R is a solid R to R, but that doesn't mean that this is ultimate. This is ultimate for sure. That is not getting violated, my stop. Not for any reason on this planet whatsoever. I don't care if the Pope himself comes and tells me hold MGY through my stop. I'm telling him he better go to the confession booth because he's got some sins going on in his trading. So with that said, that's kind of what you have to do, Elijah. You got to start to look at charts and define where your risk reward is. Now you might want to use pivot lines for it that your eye's seeing. You might want to use a rising EMA or an SMA for your stop. That will vary from person to person. My stops, my risk varies depending on what the stock is and a few different things. So, like I said, it varies. Basically, the only indicators that I use on daily charts are an 8 EMA, a 20 SMA, and this position low of 20 days. And so that's generally where my stops are going to come from. Three things: either this, or a general pivot line that I'm seeing that my eyes are kind of attracted to. And then I'm going to look at what's a reasonable target. That doesn't mean that recent resistance shouldn't be discounted, but where do I think it does have the possibility to go if it's going to go? And that's it, and if you can obey your stops always and make sure that you have a higher R up here than higher R down here, you'll be ahead of the game. You could be right 40% of the time and probably still come out as a winning trader overall by having this number higher than this number always. So that's that. Let's see, is it possible to make a scan with the cross of VWAP? Yes and no. So if we come into configure on any scan and we search and we go VWAP, we have these crosses here on VWAP. The problem with these here is there are built-in volume confirmations, and they're not just based on shares traded. I don't know the exact coding in them. I've been trying to kind of dig into it a little bit, but it's hard. They will make alerts that cross appear to come late, which they're not really appearing to come late. They are, because the volume confirmation is waiting to go off, or waiting to be satisfied for those alerts to come off. So you can try these and see what you get. I make no promises on any of it. If and when ones come late, that's why. We tried to go in, or the devs tried to go in and just remove that volume confirmation, but if there's something conditional in the coding that removing that doesn't let the alert work at all anymore. So it's not just a simple remove, it's a complete rewrite of code. And for whatever reason, against my better arguments, it has not been fast-tracked, unfortunately. So your only other option is going to be your distance from VWAP 1 is going to be your intraday VWAP, and 2 through 5 are your anchored VWAPs, anchored to 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and 5 days, because originally VWAP is an intraday, and that's it. And so you can take this and start to use, plug in values according to what you want to see from the VWAP. So if we use the distance from VWAP and we add the filter here, and we use the show me function, all right, we can start to say, I want to see stocks that are, let's say, minus 0.25 to, let's say, plus 0.5, all right? And, now we're looking at stocks where it's no more than 0.5% above VWAP. It's also no more than 0.25% below VWAP, but it can be at the VWAP too. And then maybe you condition this with like a new 5-minute high if you want it as an alert, or a breaking resistance, because you're going to have to figure out an alert to go with it. Or you can just make it a top list with your volume metrics and things like that and return yourself the stocks in that sense. And the last option that I would tell you is you can make an alert window and then turn it into one of those running top lists like we discussed before. Yes, please, with the heartbeat function. You can use this here to kind of keep keep it as a running top list. And those are really my 3 workarounds for you. So that's it. That's all I got for you. I'm not sure, Walter, what you mean by and then yes, please. I'm gonna circle back in a moment, and if no other questions are coming in, we can build something kind of on screen as a template, and then I'll ship it off to all of you to have concerning VWAP. Walter, sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by the web graph for stop exits. Are you talking about compare count windows? Is that something you're talking about? Sorry, I'm just looking at some of my positions here. Wow, the DocU CEO bought a ton of stock at 121. Apparently, Barry was just mentioning. About 2.4 million worth of stock at 128 on January 10th. Well then, your graphs. Oh, you mean like my charts here? So I can trade off of these charts because I'm connected to Interactive Brokers. So if you're connected to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, you can trade right off of these. So I can right click and I can go to trade here and I can use these predefined strategies that are set up. I can also create one based on what I want to see in it. So like I could create one that puts out the stops and the targets and things like that. And then I can use these buy and sells because I can create a default, excuse me, the hiccups. I can create a default chart strategy. Yeah, so like for example here, let me give you an example here. So I've got a position right now in KPTI, all right, and I can set a stop right now. I don't want to bring over my Brokerage Plus screen, but in my Brokerage Plus, I can add a stop. Of, let's say $8, all right? And now you're going to see that populate on my chart at $8. There, boom. The line should come across everywhere. $8. There it is. And I can take and drag this stop too if I want to bring it down lower or higher. You know, I can do what I want with the stop from here. And I can manage that stop. And then I can also click on it and then press delete and it's gone. And now my order's canceled. And I can do the same with setting a target. I can't set the stop and the target right on the chart right now. I can't just click in and put it on there. But through the Brokerage Plus interface that we have, let me see if I want to take anything off what I've got for trades right now, and then I'll disconnect from my account and bring over the simulator. Sorry, we have a new Brokerage Plus interface that I don't currently like, and I'm testing it, and I don't like it, and it's stumbling me up for a second while I put these orders through. All right, so I think the rest is the rest, and they're going to stay exactly where they are. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and disconnect from Interactive Brokers, and I'm going to bring this over. And I'm going to go ahead and connect to the simulator. And I have some positions in the simulator from just doing demonstrations. All right, so this is what Brokerage Plus is going to look like very soon, folks, here. So there's some additions here with time and force, bracket orders, time orders, and some other things for setting stops. You're going to have the bid, last, and ask here. All right. Then you'll click buy or sell, and then you click send. So we're, a few steps are kind of being added. I'm campaigning to remove this like this or remove this. So all you have to do is click buy or sell and just load your positions and hit it like it has always been. I'm not being met with much enthusiasm on what I want to see switch back. But anyways, it is what it is. Now from here, what I want to demonstrate for you, Walter, is this. I have these positions here in the simulator, and this would be the same as if it was a live account. And I can right click here, and I can go add stop, or I can add target, and that stuff will populate right up on here. So like FXI, for example, I'm going to right click that. All right, and I'm going to add a target order of, let's say, $38. All right, I've added that target order now. And yes, do me a favor, yes please. Send an email to here, info@trade-ideas.com, and you say that because I'm being met with resistance on some of what I'm requesting to be done in this. I like everything about this. I think this should stay, and this should stay, and this should stay, and this should stay, and all that should stay. I think this needs to go bye-bye. These need to go back to being bigger buttons like they were. And there's a part in here that I do not like, and I'll show you what I don't like here. I have to click buy or sell first, then I can choose if it's a market or a limit, then I can choose the price here. Instead of the way it is right now, if I click this here, I can go market or limit, and I get the limit prices that I want. Now, stop and stop limit have been added here, which is great. So my campaign is to essentially move stop and stop limit over to here to be set independent here, and leave this the way it is in Brokerage Plus currently. But the person that's kind of overseeing this project is not on board with what I'm asking. So they're going to listen to you people more than they're going to listen to me. And so email there and say, I saw the thing, I saw the new Brokerage Plus setup today in the live session, and it looks like too many new steps are being added. And I'll be forever grateful to you. So back to what I was doing. So FXI, I put the target on here. If I right click FXI, I can add a stop order. All right. And let's just say I want my stop to be 37. Boom. Now I have them both here. Now the great part about this interface, the part that I like, is I could set this up on when I'm going long now. I can add my stop and my target, so boom, they're right there when I actually make the trade. I don't have to do anything else. We have that ability right now with pre-configured strategies too. So for example, if I let's just pick anything random here, MGY, all right? I have a default strategy right now that's in the simulator, and I can go trade MGY, all right, and buy using test. All right, and here it should populate that I bought it. Boom. Here's my opening order. It's in a limit order, sorry. So I got filled. Boom. MGY got filled. There's my closing order to the downside with my stop, okay? And I can set that so that it has a target here, and all that is, Walter, is in this test strategy. If I go to edit strategy here, I can see my risk management and my stop loss and my target. The order details and all those things like that here. So, we can set those things up so it's kind of that one click there, and we're migrating that stuff to here like that too. So, there's that. So, these are all the different things that can be done with Brokerage Plus with your connection to E-Trade and or Interactive Brokers. So hopefully that's all kind of clicking there for you, Walter, on those questions. We can go through an exercise real quick here on how to set something like that up. So let's just say I wanted to build it from start. I can right click here and I can go new trading strategy, okay? And I want to make it a long strategy, all right? And I need to attach it to an account. So here we go, trade ideas simulated default count, okay? So we save that, all right? And in automation, if you're concerned about automation, I don't really want to touch there, but these are things that you might want to set. What time the strategy can run from. This, it's not going to matter. If we want orders being sent for multiple things, or if we already have the holdings for it, or we wanted a limited amount of trades no matter what. So these are all things to go over in that. Then we come to the order details tab and we decide how are we share sizing. Are we doing fixed shares, fixed dollars, or are we basing our risk on the stop loss, saying I only want to risk $100 based on my stop loss. So like for me right here, I'd pick that. And if we come to risk management and we pick percent on that stop loss, and I decide I'm going to go with a 3% stop loss and a target, I want a 6% target, okay? So now it's going to share size based on my 3% stop loss off of my entry, off of where I get filled. And so now we've got this whole thing filled out here, right? And we don't want a timed exit here. So, when I put this order out, and we're going to call this, new test chart, all right? And we're going to save that, all that I just did there, all right? And there it is, new test chart. And I'm going to set this as my default long strategy, all right? We're going to pick a new stock here, AMKR, all right? And I'm going to right click here. Well, I don't remember if we set it as a market or a limit order here. Well, let's take a look. Let's do this one adventure together. All right, but here you can see where my potential closing orders are going to be from this. And I got to fill. All right, boom. And there it is. All right, so I got my fill. And now you can see my stop and my target here. All right, all set right there in one clean, easy sweep. So hopefully that makes sense. That's kind of clicking and answering some questions for you there. And again, if I decide I want to move my target up, boom, easy. If I want to move my stop up or my target up, and whatever I want to do here, I can move things around according to what I want to do. Real easy peasy. So, all right, let's get rid of that. Hopefully that all made sense. And we'll play around with VWAP for a moment here. Alright, so let's do a new alert window, okay? And we're going to search. First, let's go to window specific filter and let's get rid of anything that's pre-filled out here, alright? That's what I like to do when I start a new alert window, hide unused. Alright, and we're building this based off of VWAP, so we'll start with VWAP. Alright, we're going to go distance from VWAP 1, we're going to add that filter, and we're going to do just like I did before, and we're going to, let's say we're no more than a third of a percent, not that, below VWAP, alright, and let's say we're no more than 0.5% above VWAP, alright, and let's get some volume metrics here. Let's just say we've traded, 125,000 shares on the day. 1, 2, 3. We're going to give it a price. We'll go 4 to $100. Excuse me, just taking a sip of tea. All right, yes, please. Hey, I'm all on board on the on the better charts. I'd like to see some stuff, some us to come up to more speed on some stuff with the charts. I don't know, how soon or if or when any of that will happen. But so, all right, we're messing around VWAP here. So we got a price range. I see your question come in, Sam. I'm gonna see if I can get to that in a moment. So price is in between $4 and $100. We've got to trade at least 125,000 shares on the day. And we're no more than 1/3% below VWAP and no more than 0.5% above VWAP, but we need an alert to go with this. Let's try this crossed above daily resistance. And crossed VWAP, crossed resistance. Because we're going to do more than one version of this, and we're going to see what this brings us. All right, so let's bring that window over and let's run the history from today, and just give ourselves an idea of what was coming through it. So a lot of stocks, lot of alerts, especially towards the end of the day. So we may have to, we may have to cut some of this noise out at some point. But, all right, more available. History. Let's go to more, because I want to go further back in the day. I want to catch some of these more early alerts and take a look, and then we're going to try it with a different alert catalyst instead. So yeah, a lot of noise coming through this window. Still more available. But all right, we can start here. So let's take a look. XLE, we're not going to look at XLE. But all right, so we got that, another ETF. I suspect there's going to be a whole bunch of ETFs coming through this. All right, so 2380, not a bad alert off of that. CS 1008. All right, so got it on the top of that wick, kind of grinding higher the rest of the day. 2.1 billion in the float, so kind of is what it is for Credit Suisse. Now, I'll also disclaimer this: any long alert's going to look good today. So this is something where we're gonna want to run for a few days in a row and see it in some different market conditions and maybe make some tweaks according to that. But we'll click through a few of these alerts and just see if there's anything promising to start with. Because if there's nothing good in this on a day like today, there's never going to be anything good in this. Another one, 1387, grinding higher. I think this is an ETF, yeah. Kind of funny. We talked about how high beta stocks. I've talked a lot about how high beta stocks have been beat up for a while. And today they're having their day in the sun. So who knows? Maybe a rotation. VEU 6120. So some pretty good looking alerts right off the bat here. China's trying to make a run on it. TMF. Alright, so let's do this. Let's try to get rid of some of these ETFs. Although there are people that probably want to see ETFs. I don't right now. And let's go to history now. Let's go to a time frame. Let's put 11:30 a.m. there. Let's give it 9:50 a.m. start. All right, now let's look at this history here because those ETFs are kind of bloody blah. So BND, again, still coming in with the ETFs on me, a lot of them. Did I do only the following list? Is that possible that I screwed that up? Of course. exclude the following list. Duh, Chris. There we go. Now we're cooking. Still giving me ETFs. Ben, who are you, Ben? Ben Franklin. He just bought Jim O'Shaughnessy out. All right, so we're seeing, some promising things through this here. And like I said, today's not the best sample day, but it's good to see a lot working, that's for sure. Nails, housing, lot of ETFs unfortunately sneaking through this one. Thanks, Mike C. Thank you. So, all right, we're gonna start here. I'll let you tune down the noise of this. All right. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. I'll let you add some other filters that you want to tune down some noise from that. So there's that. All right, and then I want to see it done like this. Configure, because another alert that's kind of a go-to for me is 5-minute high. And some of these other ones are good to check out too. These 5-minute cross breakout and things like that too. So let's add that alert. And take a look, a snapshot of the history of this one here. There we go. And so a lot more alerts coming through on this one with that 5-minute high. A lot more alerts. Holy cow, a lot more. All right, but those, we got to tone it down with some filters, maybe some more volume metrics and things like that today. Like I said, today was one of those days where you could literally pull Scrabble pieces out of a bag and make money. One of those gifts. So I'm going to share this version of it too, and then from there, you folks, go over it real quick again. Copy, paste. So you have one with breaking resistance, one with 5-minute high, and then to edit, for anybody that's new to any of this, right click on configure. All right, and you can start with whatever filters are in there and start modifying those yourself, obviously. Or you can come to search and you can start scrolling through. Up here is going to be your alerts. Down here will be filters where you have these dual icons, teal and purplish, and you can start going through the filters and say, oh, you know what, let me see where it is on a 5-day range. Let me see if it has options volume on it. Let me see if there was a gap involved on this, consecutive candles, so on and so forth. And tune down some of that noise from an overactive alert window. So give you some starting points to work with there. Yes, please. Now, let's see. Sam asks, how do we create an alert for 15-minute candles? Shooting star inverted handle candle, blah, blah, blah. You can come to configure, and you can come to search, and you can scroll down to see what we actually have for those. Outside of this, it would be messing with position and range filters and change filters. All right, but this is what we're going to have here. These dojis, these hammers, these hanging mans, engulfing, piercing, cloud cover, bottoming tail, topping tail, narrow range bars, red and green bar reversals and cells and ranges, 1, 2, 3 continuations, all right, and bullish opening power bar. And that's what we'll have to offer, Sam. And so you can select any one of these alerts. It's an event that's got to happen. Boom, this did this. And then you can attach, you can attach filters from there. So just for example, let's see, you said a 15 shooting star inverted hammer. So let's see if we got something kind of close to that. Um, hmm. No inverted hammer. Interesting. Thinking maybe maybe you want a 15-minute topping tail. You got it. Always a pleasure to help with doing that. Um, hmm. So Sam, for the inverted hammer, well, all right, inverted hammer followed by a hammer candle. So all right, you're asking for some stuff that's really tough for us. We don't compare candles like that. Um, so what you'd have to do, Sam, is kind of what I always point out to people as workarounds. We have, I'm gonna bring this over. One of the traders here, Andy, created a bull flag scan. All right, I know this is a dead horse that I beyond beat, but we don't have bull flag as a pattern recognition. All right, but what Andy did was he created this by using range and position and range filters. And so this is kind of going to be my where I'm sending you towards window specific filters. And so what he did was he took, he made a price range here with this. He decided what his price range wanted to be to look at. He used it's got to be up from the previous day's close. This is an EPS hack to keep out ETFs. He wanted a 5-day range here of 1 to 5%. No way to custom it. No such thing as custom alerts for us. Only custom filters, and custom filters have to work on pre-existing code. You can't just write a code saying, "Oh, well, you guys don't have an EMA filter. Let me just make an EMA filter with a custom." So you'd have to look for within the. Are you familiar with customs at all, Sam? With our custom abilities? And circling back to what I'm talking about, he used these position and range filters, and essentially with this group of filters that he used here, this is what he got. A scan that returns setup set look like this. So it's looking back in time, so it sees this run up and this move this way for that flag. Same idea, almost the same exact chart it looks like. Same idea there, and unfortunately that's a buyout, so that's kind of screwing it over. See, we go back another day here, get some better examples. Nope. What do you look like? So, all right, here's a good example. Again, here's our pull. We're moving that way off that. So, he did this, all without, without that pattern recognition. Again, another flag. And this was from yesterday too, this alert, not from today. So, that's kind of how he created it. So that's where I would throw you towards, Sam, is looking at these range and position and range filters. Come in here and look at look at these, different position and range filters here on these different time scales. So we can mess around with it a little bit here. Start a scanner from scratch, so I don't want to build off of that one because that won't make sense. See if we can return anything that looks anything like it. For me, while the market is open, yes, those are while the market's open, those are the three charts I look at. When I do my scanning in the evening, I look at I look at 15 minutes, 60 minutes, daily and weekly charts when I'm doing my scanning in the evening. Oh, Barry. I think Barry's in here trolling me right now. So anyways, we could look at, let's say, we don't have an alert for it, no. Like I said, here's what we have for alerts for that, you know. If we come into an alert window, what we have pre-configured, you know, because I can type shooting star in here and we're not going to get anything. You know, no shooting star. What you have that's in the system that you can simply click and get, this is it down here for these types of candle plays, what you see here. These dojis, these hammers, these hanging mans, these engulfs, bearish and bullish. That's what you'd have to work with, you know, for a specific alert like that. If not, you'd have to try to construct looking for candles like that, using the position and range filters. So, you know, all these ones here is what we have. And when it comes to customs, I wouldn't even know where to begin on attempting to try something like that with customs. I'm not overly versed in customs to start with. But again, let's try this here. So position and range. And so what are we looking for? Shooting star. You know, I wonder if this might be better to build as an alert window. And bring this over here. And bring out a 15-minute low. Let's add that alert. Let's clear the rest of these guys out of here. Position 15-minute range. Let's say we're between 0 and let's go with 35 here. So trying to see if I can build something right now on screen that might return you some ideas of what you're looking for here. Let's go between $5 and $100. Should give us a wide range. I want to see ridiculously traded stocks. So again, let's go with let's call it 125,000. See if that can cut out some noise. But I still want to see early alerts in the history. And today's not going to be a great example of it. Today was a day where the whole market was up. So looking for things falling today, probably not going to return us a whole lot, to be honest with you. So let's see, 15 min. All right, let's take a look here. Let's go with history, time frame. Let's go with, let's start the alert at, end at 11. 11:20 sounds good. And we'll not start looking at stuff till 10. And let's take a look at what we've got here. Holy cow. That's a lot of alerts. Well, let's see what it returns us here. So, alright, not quite what we're looking for here. Twitter, that's a little better, but that's a doji. Want a little more body on the downside to that. My wheels are turning how we can make this better, if it's even possible. So we're getting some stuff that kind of sort of looks like we want to do, but this is what has to be done. You know, play with these filters here, Sam, and you know, try to figure something out here. What's going to work? I'm going to try to add this 5-minute range here too. Just see how that plays a role here in what we're doing. So that really didn't change anything. I said some stuff that's kind of close, some stuff that's not close. Had the right direction, but that's a green candle. Curious. I want to swap this for a 5-minute alert and see what happens. And we're going to need to tighten some of this stuff up. There's too many things being returned at once here. Alright, that's a little better. As far as how much is being returned anyways. Like I said, today's not a day to look for things falling, unfortunately. See, we're getting a lot of stuff that's got wicks and tails, just not always on the right side of what we're trying to find here. EPR, nope, that's a buyout, so it's not going to matter. Hope, that's a bank. So there's some stuff that's kind of coming in here. But not exactly what we want to see. And again, today's not a great sample size of it. No shooting star on a daily. So, all right, that's the direction I can point you as far as that goes. I'm gonna give you this here. I'm gonna make one more adjustment real quick. And then I'm going to give you this as a template for you to work off of. So kind of sort of some stuff in here that's close, and you can play with those filters a little bit more and see if you can get what you're looking for. So all right, I'm going to go ahead and share that, and I put it as, question mark for shooting star. But what you're looking for is, it's outside of what we can do. Just to like click and have it. But you can go ahead and start to play with those range filters in there, those position and range filters, and maybe add some other range filters and see what you can't get returned from that there. Oh wow, we're already at 27 after. That was fast. So, all right, I'll begin to kind of wind it down for the day here. As always, I appreciate everybody coming by, interacting, questions, comments. It's things like this that kind of drive the software and the scans and, all those things like that. I personally do this every day at 3:30 Eastern. I start, go to about 4:30 Eastern each day. Barry will have this room open at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on this side of the stream. He opens the other side, the full more inclusive traders room at 8. He'll get on the mic at 9 as per usual. I highly recommend to anybody, learning the software still or still learning trading, spend a lot of time in that room with Barry and the other traders in there. There's some really great people. It's literally where I learned to trade. It takes time. That's all there is to it. So that's kind of the short and skinny of that there. Any questions that you guys have in the off time, you can always send to here, info@trade-ideas.com, and we'll get back to you ASAP on those. Aside from that, I guess that's gonna wind us out for the day here today. So, all right, everybody, thanks for coming in. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for commenting. Thanks for the questions. And I hope to see you all back here at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow afternoon. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.